We shall now have a moment, an opportunity for silent prayers and meditation. Thank you very much. We may be seated. I was checking if the mics are working. So they are working today. Good morning, honorable members. Acting Premier, Honorable Makamu. Acting Leader of Government Business, Honorable Radzilani. MECs that are here today, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mukoni. Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Ngoveni. Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Mkhonyana, Deputy Chief Whip, and the entire Whip Harry. I see today you are welcome back, EFF. It's just the Leader of Government Business who's not here. And we as well welcome the DA in the sitting and all honorable members. I take this opportunity to welcome everyone who's here, including our acting secretary of the legislature and HODs that are here from different departments, our own people who are sitting in the gallery, those that are in the following us on social media platforms, good morning. We take this opportunity to congratulate and welcome Honorable MEC Makamu, who has been sworn in as the acting premier, when the premier is still outside the country. Welcome, acting premier. We give you all the necessary support. Honorable members, when I entered today, I didn't hear anyone saying either chiefs, and I realize it's because both chiefs and parents have won over the weekend. So there is no reason to fight. Thank you so much, honorable members. Without wasting time, I just want to do one announcement. The announcement that says the UAT has withdrawn their member. Honorable James Botoma is officially no longer a member of the legislature. And a new member of the UAT will be sworn in shortly. And honorable members, can we proceed? We are now at item 2 on motions without notice in terms of Rule 145. I have a number of honorable members from different political parties that will be making motions. I'm not necessarily going to follow the list that I have. I would expect honorable members to raise their own hands. But while they're still going to raise their own hands, let me allow Honorable Nechipe Fekatu to start with a motion motion without notice in line with Rule 145. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Greetings to you, to the acting premier, the member of the executive present, the chief whip and the whipari, chair of chairs, chairperson of portfolio committees, and all honorable members present here. I rise, Madam Speaker, on the motion without notice, representing the African National Congress. The withholding of the July 2026 grants to municipalities. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ANC that this August House notes the sterling work done by the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs, led by Honorable MEC Makamu, in assisting and supporting our municipalities to comply with the requirements of the National Treasury. When the National Treasury wrote letters to 69 municipalities informing them of their intention to withhold the July 2026 grant, there were 7 municipalities in Limpopo province affected, namely Fitahum, Tuvatse, Makhado, Modimule, Mokopong, Mogalakwena, Mopani, Musina, and Tabazimbi. Knowing the nature of our province, it is a rural province, and that our and also our municipalities, self-delivery was going to be severely affected. The department immediately moved closer to these 7 municipalities, and 2 were swift in complying with the National Treasury requirements, and they were removed from the list. They are Makhado and Mogalakwena. And the Limpopo was left with 5 municipalities in the list, namely Fitahum, Tuvatse, Modimule, Mokopong, Mopani, Musina, and Tabazimbi. With this support, 3 municipalities, namely Modimule, Mokopong, Musina, and Tabazimbi, partially complied with the requirement by the National Treasury, and they received part of their grant. 2 municipalities were still non-compliant, namely Fitahum, Tuvatse, and Mopani. By the 17th of July 2026, 3 municipalities had fully complied with the National Treasury requirements and awaiting their full grant. Those were Fitahum, Tuvatse, Musina, and Tabazimbi. Only 2 municipalities were still non-compliant, Modimule, Mokopong, and Mopani. By the 25th of July 2026, the remaining 2 municipalities, Modimule, Mokopong, and Mopani, were compliant. The Limpopo municipalities are now all compliant, and they have received their July 2026 grant, and services to our people are being rendered. We want to encourage Honorable MEC Makamu and the department to strengthen support to municipalities so that our communities continue to receive the services they deserve. I so move. Madam Speaker.
Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Nkwanyana.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by the Honorable Mukatuni Chipep.
Thank you, honorable members. Any further motion without notice? Honorable Pokani.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Acting Premier, Honorable Makamu, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip, the Chair of Chairs, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of committees, the leader of opposition parties, all honorable members present here. I rise on behalf of the ANC to present the motion without notice, Honorable Speaker. It's on Section 71 MFMA of Modimole Mokopong. Modimole Mokopong local municipalities experienced institutional instability during 2025-2026 financial year, with a change in both the political head and accounting officer. The municipal manager post has been vacant since a resignation in April 2026. As a result, the incumbent chief financial officer has served as acting municipal manager since September 2025, while the substantive recruitment process reaches shortlisting stage. All other Section 57 positions are filled. The municipality operates as a hung council following the 2021 local government elections. 23 informal settlements exist within the municipal area, of which only 3 are in the process of formalization. A headcount audit found no ghost employees. Employee cost sits at 32% of operating expenditure, which is within the norm. This is the most financially distressed local municipality in the Waterberg district on current liability terms. The 2026-2027 financial year medium-term revenue and expenditure framework budget remains unfunded. The unfunded budget is driven principally by approximately 1.5 billion owed to ESCOM under a payment plan running to June 2028 with monthly interest charges of around 6 million. adding to the debt. The average collection rate of 52% is well below the budgeted 70% target. The debtors book stood at approximately 1.6 to 1.7 billion as at May 2026, driven by a persistent culture of non-payment in townships and historically incomplete implementation of credit control. A budget funding plan and financial recovery plan were adopted alongside the 2026-27 financial MTREF on 29 May 2026 and are monitored monthly by Provincial Treasury. There is a bi-weekly Operation Patela Committee overseeing revenue enhancement. These recovery measures include conversion of 7.5 electricity and 2.4 thousand of water meters to smart or prepaid technology, and a council resolution to allocate 40% of prepaid electricity purchases from indebted customers towards areas from August 2026. Operating revenue billed reached 860.9 million against a budget of 981.7 million, with electricity, property rates, and operating transfer being the largest components. Operating expenditure of 970.6 million was led to bulk purchases of 279.5 million and an employment cost of 271.5 million. The capital expenditure execution was mixed. MIG, EEDM, SM, INEP, and MDRG allocations were fully spent. However, the water service infrastructure grant reached only 23% of its 123.3 million allocation, pulling overall capital spend down to 49%. Repairs and maintenance budgeted 45.5 million for 2026-27 financial year remains below the 8% norm because of the unfunded budget position. Notwithstanding that, the 2025-26 allocation was fully spent. The municipality has negotiated payment arrangement with its major creditors, including weekly payments of 4.5 million to ESCOM, 2.5 million per month to Magalis Water, and structured arrangement with the Auditor General, CG Cell, and other creditors. The MPEG was not fully funded for an extended period going back to 2020, leaving a backlog of uninvestigated UIFWE. Following its reconstitution in 2024-25 financial year, Council wrote off 323 million of irregular and fruitless expenditure per the audited 2024-25 financial year AFS. And on 29 June 2026, resolved to write off a further 671.6 million of UIFWE as irrecoverable. A new financial disciplinary board was appointed in late 2025 and became functional in February 2026, with its first report due to Council on 31st July 2026. The audit outcome trend is the weakest in the district on trajectory. An adverse opinion in 2022-23 financial year was followed by qualified opinions in 2023-24 financial year and 2024-25 financial year. Modimolle Mokgopong needs to be commended for having turned the corner and must be encouraged and supported to move in an upward trajectory and get an unqualified audit opinion. The Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and International Affairs should continue to support the municipality. So I move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Any seconder to the motion? Seconder to the motion, Honorable Piedi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Dr. Mako Makrupet. I rise to second the motion as presented by Honorable Pogani.
Thank you so much. Honorable Small, unfortunately, you were not raising your matter formally, but if I were to respond, is the fact that I will always be guided by the programming in terms of whether motions without notice have got time. So by now, I haven't been guided by that. So on that note, Chief, would you want to say anything?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, good morning to honorable members present here. Yeah, the motions should be not more than 3 minutes.
Thank you. We really appreciate guidance from the Chief Whip and Chief Whip. We shall we shall refer you to the rules, but not in this house later. Now, can we just proceed? We proceed with motions without notice. Can I get another motion without notice, Honorable Marx?
Honourable Speaker, I herewith move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the DN Limpopo welcomes the appointment of Major General Jan Skeepers as the new Provincial Commissioner of the SAPS. Major General Skeepers has served in the SAPS with distinction for 35 years and was the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for 6 years, during which he was responsible for crime prevention operations. Major General Skeepers has a no-nonsense approach and is always willing to engage on challenges. Limpopo is a vast rural province which brings about many challenges in the effective prevention of crime to ensure the safety of our communities. Residents in Limpopo need visible policing, professional investigations, strong local partnership to combat high-risk crimes like gender-based violence, burglary, and stock theft. Meeting these expectations will require addressing key operational and community needs. We wish Major General Skeepers all the best in his appointment and is ready to work with the SAPS to ensure safer communities in Limpopo.
Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Small.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that we adopt the motion. Thank you.
Further motions without notice, Honorable Swopela.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Speaker. All protocols observed. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move without notice that this House recognizes the commencement of Women's Month, a time where we honor the courage, resilience, and sacrifices of the women of South Africa. This month reminds us of the historic march of 9 August 1956, where more than 20,000 women of all races marched to the union buildings in protest against the unjust past laws. Their courageous stand gave birth to the enduring rallying cry that Watinta Bafazi, Watinta Mpokoto. As we celebrate the achievements of women in business, in politics, in education, healthcare, agriculture, and every sphere of society, we must also confront the persistent challenges they continue to face, including gender-based violence and femicide, unemployment, inequality, and barriers to economic participation. Women's Month must therefore be a time where we strengthen programs, Speaker, that promote women's empowerment, expand economic opportunities, protect the rights and dignity of all women and young girls, and ensure that they participate meaningfully in shaping the future of our province. I therefore move that this House reaffirms its commitment to advancing gender equality, calls upon all sectors of society to work together to end gender-based violence and create a safer and more equal society for all women. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Any seconder? Honorable Livia.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the progressive motions as tabled by the Chairperson of Young Women in the Youth in this province. Thank you, Speaker.
Raleboga, any further motion without notice? Honorable Nkonyan.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I will write on the protocol that is already established. Honorable Speaker, I hereby move without notice that this House knows the decision of the Board of GAL to place the CEO on precautionary suspension. That the House further notes the assurance by the MEC for Transport and Community Safety that the Board is exercising its governance responsibilities in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act, and that operations at Polokwane International Airport will continue without disruption. This House welcomes the commitment to due process, transparency, and accountability, and calls upon all stakeholders to allow the governance process to unfold without hindrance, while ensuring that service delivery to the people of Limpopo remains uninterrupted. I so move, Speaker.
Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Mohali?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second the motion as presented by Honorable Nkonyan.
Thank you very much. Any further motion?
Speaker, on a point of
Honorable
order,
Machomane?
Speaker. Point of order or point of clarity. Is this not rather, and I didn't want to interrupt the Speaker, it's more a member statement than a motion without notice. Because motion without notice will be congratulatory in nature. And as I said, I didn't want to be rude or per se, but we just need guidance from your side as in accordance with the interpretation of the rules. Otherwise, we will have difficulties in future. Thank you.
Honorable Member, in future when we put a point of order, can we be specific to the rule and be able to quote the rule that we refer to? Because I've heard the motion relating to congratulating the work of the board. So, yeah, that's why I accepted the motion. Yeah. Can we now proceed to any further motions of motions without notice? Honorable Machomane, you are on the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and greetings to yourself, Dr. Makurupech. I'll also write on the protocol already established. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes that the Limpopo Department of Education implemented the 2026 Winter Enrichment Program from 29th June to 10th July 2026, reaching an unprecedented 93,500 grade 12 learners across 465 centers in all districts of the province. Further notes that this intervention, utilizing both residential and walk-in centers, was deliberately targeted at high-risk gateway subjects such as mathematics and physical sciences, which remain critical to unlocking economic participation and transformation. Acknowledges that this program is a clear demonstration of a capable and developmental state in action, with decisive political leadership and administrative coordination aimed at improving learner outcomes and driving the matric pass rate beyond the 90% threshold. Recognizes the unwavering commitment of educators, subject advisors, and departmental officials who continue to go beyond the call of duty to ensure that no learner is left behind in the quest for quality education. Affirms that such interventions are central to dismantling the legacy of inequality in education system and to advancing equal access to quality education for all learners across Limpopo as a whole. Resolved to commend the Limpopo Department of Education for this progressive and impactful initiative and call for the sustainable rollout and strengthening of similar programs as part of the broader agenda to build a skilled, capable, and inclusive society. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thanks.
Ra leboga Honorable Majomani, any seconder? Honorable Mkwili.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by Honorable Majomani. Thank you very much.
Any further motion without notice? Honorable Munisi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makrupeche. Greetings to the Acting Premier of Limpopo, Honorable Baskop Makamu, the members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, honorable members present this morning, I greet you all. Honorable Speaker, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with profound pride that on 24th July 2025, the Limpopo Department of Education celebrated the exceptional achievement of Shilombe Shivuri, a 17-year-old grade 12 learner from St. Bernard's Catholic Secondary School, following her outstanding performance at the inaugural Spelling Bee World Cup held from 13th to 21st July 2025 in Shanghai, China. That the House recognizes that her journey from contributing to Team South Africa's historic victory at the African Spelling Bee Championship in Zimbabwe to securing a place among the top 25 globally is undeniable proof that South African youth can compete and excel on any global stage. That the House further acknowledges that her performance signals a decisive reclaiming of intellectual excellence and national pride. This House should applaud the Limpopo Department of Education for its deliberate investment in nurturing talent and advancing real transformation in education. The African National Congress expresses unwavering confidence in government's commitment to empower youth and build a capable, future-ready generation. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Daka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion as raised by Honorable Gloria Munisi. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just reminding the political parties, Chief Whip, that in future we need to be reminded that a motion without notice, each party has got its own allocation. One, the ANC has got 5, EFF have got 3, DA have got 2, other parties have got 1, 1, 1, 1. So I'm just raising it for the future. Just to remind political parties. Thank you so much. We shall now move in terms of the order of the day. We proceed to item 3, a notice of motion in terms of House Rule 146. I have a motion from the African National Congress, I think. Notice of a motion. Honorable Shai.
Thank you very much,
Speaker Dr. Makoma Mokrupecha, and greetings to yourself and all honorable members present in this House. Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move that this House debates the impact of gender-based violence and femicide on women, children, families, and communities during Women's Month, with particular reference to the reported alleged rape of a 16-year-old girl in Mkholoboto village, and considers the measures to strengthen support for survivors, intensify prevention programs, and enhance community safety to protect women and children. I thank you.
Thank you so much. The motion is noted. We shall now allow, who else? DA, Honorable Max. Remember, it's not a debate, it's a motion.
Speaker, it's just easier to stand here. Please herewith take note that I shall move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the Limpopo Legislature take note that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa requires the Legislature to maintain oversight over the exercise of executive authority and administration of public institutions and to ensure accountability, responsiveness, and openness. Numerous allegations have emerged regarding maladministration, financial irregularities, and government failures within the Limpopo Provincial Legislature. The Auditor General reported material deficiencies in the preparation of the legislature, financial statements, and internal controls. Serious allegations have been raised regarding, amongst others, the procurement and subsequent disposal of the Speaker's official vehicle, alleged irregular and wasteful expenditure, including approximately 1.8 million relating to cancelled flights and accommodation, alleged failures in internal controls, accountability and consequence management, allegations concerning the credibility and independence of the current forensic investigation, allegations concerning the involvement of the Speaker to avoid public scrutiny and transparency, allegations surrounding the break-in at the Limpopo Legislature, and therefore the Democratic Alliance called for the establishment of an ad hoc committee as far back as 5 November 2025, but a proposed motion has not been afforded an opportunity to be debated or voted upon by this House. Up to date hereof, the Speaker, having been notified of her intention to introduce this motion, refused or failed to table the motion in House. Public confidence in the legislature can only be restored through an independent, transparent, and legislature-led investigation. Therefore, I move that the legislature resolved that an ad hoc committee of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature be established to investigate all allegations of maladministration, financial irregularities, government failures, and any related matters concerning the legislature. That ad hoc committee be mandated to investigate the procurement and alleged disposal of the Speaker's official vehicle and all the other items mentioned earlier. The ad hoc committee be assisted by an independent team of evidence leaders responsible for collecting, analyzing, and presenting evidence, leading witnesses, placing documents before the committee, and assisting the committee in fulfilling its mandate. The evidence leader team shall consist of one senior counsel and one junior counsel, nominated by the Legal Practice Council and approved by the Whippery of the Legislature. The ad hoc committee to consist of the members of the Oversight Committee, 3 additional ANC members, 2 additional EFF members, 1 additional DA member, a member from the Freedom Front, a member of the MK Party, a member of the UAT, a senior advocate nominated and appointed by the Legal Practice Council, a senior auditor nominated and appointed by the Auditor General, and that the ad hoc committee shall conduct its proceedings in an open and transparent manner and shall ensure that its public proceedings are live streamed on all social media platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, and accessible to the people of Limpopo. The committee shall also have all the powers necessary to summon witnesses, call for documents, and perform any function necessary to fulfill its mandate in accordance with the Constitution, powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act. I so move.
Firstly, the member is out of order. It's out of order because he has written to us what he was supposed to read that I have on my table that has been submitted. He was supposed to read the establishment of an ad hoc committee to investigate irregularities in the Speaker and Secretary's office. So that is what he was supposed to stand up and read, but he read it wrongly. Anyway, in terms of Rule 146, which is notice of motion, subsection 5, it's read as follows. A motion referred to in paragraph A must be treated as if notice had been given in terms of sub-rule 1. And the Speaker must put it on the paper on a day determined by the Speaker in consultation with the programming committee, and that shall happen. Thank you so much. Proceed in terms of the order paper. Item 4, statement by members, Rule 199. Honorable Small.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I rise to draw the attention of this House to the province's failure to protect one of Limpopo's internationally recognized environmental assets. The Njelela Dam Nature Reserve forms part of the UNESCO designated Vembe Biosphere Reserve, a landscape recognized for its exceptional biodiversity, ecological importance, and contribution to sustainable development. It safeguards biodiversity, supports tourism, protects critical water resources, and preserves our natural heritage. Yet instead of protecting this internationally significant conservation area, the provincial government is allowing it to deteriorate through neglect. Poaching and illegal netting have devastated wildlife populations. Fish stocks continue to decline. Critical infrastructure has been allowed to fail, and the reserve lacks the personnel and equipment needed to perform even the most basic conservation functions. The theft of one of the reserve's borehole pump since last year May has left the staff without a reliable water supply. Rangers have no patrol boat to police illegal activity on the dam and must drive more than 13 kilometers to reach sections of the reserve, making effective law enforcement almost impossible. The reserve is expected to protect more than 2,000 hectares with only 3 field rangers. Honourable Speaker, the neglect of the Njelela Dam Nature Reserve threatens a UNESCO biosphere, biodiversity, water security, and tourism. This is not merely the failure to manage a provincial reserve. It is the failure to protect a global recognized environmental asset that should be the source of pride, conservation, and tourism and opportunity. Through the leader of governance business to the MEC that is not present here today, the Democratic Alliance therefore calls on the MEC to urgently oversee replacement of the stolen equipment, to strengthen the anti-poaching capacity, to repair also the reserve's infrastructure, the failing of critical vacancy, and also filling the critical vacancy and restoring effective management before this irreplaceable asset is totally lost. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Is there any other member statement? Honourable Magolo.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to honorable members in the House and including the Leader of Opposition, Honorable Mabogile in absentia. Here, Honorable Speaker, I have the member statement on Matsila Village project in Collins Chabad. The EFF in Limpopo demands full accountability for millions of rands reportedly spent on projects associated with Matsila Village in Collins Chabad local municipality. At a time when our people continue to enjoy grinding poverty, mass unemployment, collapsing public infrastructure, poor roads, inadequate health care, and failing schools, it is both morally indefensible and politically unacceptable that enormous sums of public money appear to have been committed to projects whose governance, ownership, and public benefit remains unclear. The EFF has conducted oversight visit to Matsila project and also received credible information indicating that more than 35 million was allocated by the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform towards the construction of the Joe Matsila Lodge following the destruction of the original facility by fire. These reports raise serious questions regarding the legal basis for the allocation of public funds, compliance with the Public Finance Management Act, National Treasury prescripts, and the policies regulating transfers to community trust. South Africa's democracy state was established to reverse the legacy of colonization and apartheid by placing public resources at the service of the people. It was never intended to become an instrument through which politically connected individuals, patronage network, or private interests accumulate wealth while the masses remain trapped in poverty. The situation at Matsila raises troubling questions that cannot simply be ignored. Over a number of years, several government departments and state institutions, including Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, the Department of Tourism, and the Department of Environmental Affairs, as well as SANPEX, have reportedly directed substantial public resources towards projects in the area. Yet the surrounding communities continue to experience poverty, unemployment, underdevelopment, and inadequate service delivery. This contradiction demands explanation. Development cannot be measured by the value of projects announced or the amount of money spent. Development must be measured by whether ordinary people experience improved living conditions, decent employment, sustainable economic opportunities, and genuine community ownership of productive assets. The EFF will continue to demand accountability wherever corruption and malfeasance exist. I thank you.
Thank you. Any further member statement? In the absence of any further statements, I will allow MECs, if MECs wants to respond to the member statements. Honorable MEC Ratzilani. Honorable Max.
Speaker, I think you've missed my hand for the member statement before we go to the next one. Didn't you receive the notice?
No. No. We received from DA, we received motion without notice 1 by you, notice of a motion by you, and a member statement by Honorable Small. Okay. Over to you, Honorable Mayor Florence Ratzilani, the MEC for Department of Social Development, who's now today as well a leader of government business.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet the Acting Premier, Tatani Biskop Makam, my colleagues in the Executive Council, the Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, honorable members of this august House, and the community of Limpopo, especially those who are following us on social media. Let me start by acknowledging the statement by Honorable Smali in relation to the Njerere Dam. We have noted the submission and will make sure that the Department of Water and Sanitation, working in collaboration with LIDET in the province, take care of all the issues that you have raised, because the Njerere Dam, when it comes to preserving the natural resources and also the environment in our own area, we take it that if it's worked on, it benefits the people of this province. The second issue in relation to the submission by Honorable Mahulu, when it comes to Matsila project, from where I'm standing, Honorable Speaker, it is true that the project is located at Matsila, and according to our knowledge, the project is benefiting the people of Collins Shavani and those who are coming from far. But if there are allegations of corruption, we always encourage members of this august house to approach the relevant institutions and report them. But if it warrant government to do its part, this ANC-led government is more than willing, more than ready to make sure that we fight corruption where it rears its ugly head. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Is there any other MEC who wants to respond? Are we happy? Thank you. Thank you so much. With the response, we shall now proceed in terms of the order paper. Honorable members, I think it's important that I read to you apologies so that we shouldn't surprise why other members are not here. MEC Lirul Ramakanya, Departmental Commitments, Honorable Mangringa, Ill Health, MEC Kekana, Departmental Commitments, Honorable Premier Dr. Popira Matuba, prior executive commitments. She's representing us very well in China, together with MEC Matibe, Honorable Majomani Asnat, Ill Health, Honorable Wilson, Ill Health, Honorable Matlow, Organizational Responsibilities, Honorable Rakhwali, Ill Health, Honorable Baloi, Mapoulo, Malimela, Mwane, they are all in organizational responsibilities. The Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mamrovela, it's in health. Honorable Jack Lulamile, it's a work commitment. I just felt it's important that we take note of those apologies that they are recorded accordingly. And we shall now proceed to the next item. Okay, sorry if I jumped executive statements. Are there any executive statements? From executive, I didn't receive any. We shall now proceed to item 6, any tabling of reports, committee reports and other reports and papers. 6.1, tabling of the 2026-2027 Departmental Public and Public Entities First Quarter Performance Report, Leader of Government Business, Honorable Mayor Florence Fulufelo Radzilani. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. In the interest of time, let me ride on the protocol already established. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the provisions of Section 40, subsection 1F, and Section 51, subsection F of the Public Finance Management Act, 1999, Act number 1, as amended, read together with House Rule 205(6), departments are required to submit their quarterly reports to the provincial legislature for tabling on the date to be determined by the Speaker in consultation with the programming committee. Madam Speaker, in line with the provision of House Rule 205, number 7, I, Fulufelo Florence Radzilani, on behalf of my colleagues in the Executive Council, as well as the Legislature, do hereby table the departmental institutional 2026-2027 first quarter performance reports for the following departments and public entities for consideration by this Honorable House. Number 1, Office of the Premier, Department of Education, Department of Provincial Treasury, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism and its entities, Limpopo Tourism, Limpopo Gambling Board, Limpopo Economic Agency, the Department of Health, Department of Transport and Community Safety and its entity, which is Gateway Airport Authority Limited, known as GAL, Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure and its entity, Road and Agency Limpopo, the Department of Coxstar, Department of Social Development, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I therefore submit to this Honorable House.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Razilani. The table 2026-27 departmental and public entities first quarter performance reports are referred to the relevant portfolio committees for consideration and report back to the House. 6.2, tabling of 2026-27 Legislature first quarter performance report. It was supposed to be done by the Deputy Speaker. In her absence, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mkoni, will be presenting the report. Igama lamadoda.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Mkonyan, and the Deputy Honorable Manama, my Deputy, Honorable Ngoveni, the Acting Premier, Tatana Biskop Makamu, Leader of Government Business, Mayor Razilani, and members of the Executive Council, members of the August House, and members of the opposition. Honorable Speaker, in line with the provision of Section 5(1) of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act of 2009, I, Thabo Ndrumukoni, on behalf of the Honorable Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, hereby table before this House the 2026-2027 first quarter performance report of the Limpopo Legislature to be considered by a relevant committee of this August House. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mukoni. The table 2026-2027 Limpopo Legislature First Quarter Performance Report is referred to the Oversight Mechanism Committee for consideration and report back to the House. Thank you, honorable members. We will now proceed to item 7 in terms of the orders of the day. 7.1, consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee, Public Administration Committee Chair, Honorable Choris Pogan.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Let me write on the protocol already established, Honorable Speaker. I'm here to present the 2025-2026 second quarter report of Office of the Premier to the August House for consideration and adoption. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Any seconder? Honorable Metle Ramhlula.
Thank you very much, Dr. Speaker. I therefore second the move as proposed by Chairperson Choris. Thank you.
Ra leboga me Metlaramtlola. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I once more present the 2025-2026 third quarter report of Office of the Premier for consideration and adoption. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any further? The support seconder to the report? Honorable Bukatune Chipepe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the report as presented by the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Pokan.
Honorable Wabu Katune Chipepe. Yeah, I've lost my papers here. Honorable, we shall now refer to the speakers list. Honorable Nempo Moloni, you are opening the debate. Wokolbet Ntambeleni Nempo Moloni. You have got 12 minutes. In future, you can still present where you sit because he's joining you, Honorable Met. It's similar like yourself. Over to you, Honorable Nempo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, Chairs of Chairs, Deputy Chairs of Chairs, members of the Executive Council, the entire Whipari, and honorable members of this august House. We rise on the occasion to table a move for the consideration and the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on the Office of the Premier on the second and third quarter performance of the Office of the Premier for the 2025-2026 financial year. We also want to convey our message of gratitude to the women of this country on a month dedicated to them as a result of the resilience shown by more than 20,000 women who marched to the Union Building to protest against the unhuman and unjust apartheid past laws, led by heroines of our struggle, the likes of Lillian Ngoye, Helen Suzman, Rahima Mosa, and many more. The committee analyzed the report in fulfillment of its constitutional oversight responsibility as provided for under Section 114 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Our duty is not only to assess compliance with predetermined objectives, but also to ensure that public resources are utilized efficiently, effectively, and economically for the benefit of the people of Limpopo. Honorable Speaker, the committee knows that during the second quarter, the Office of the Premier measures 26 performance indicators, of which 21 targets were achieved, translating into an overall achievement of 81%. This demonstrates commendable progress and reflects the commitment of management and officials in executing the mandate of the Office of the Premier. Program 3, Governance and Policy, deserves recognition for achieving 100% of its planned targets, while Program 2 achieved 83% and the Program 1 recorded 73%. These achievements indicate that the institution remains functional and continues to provide strategic leadership to the provincial administration. However, honorable members, our responsibility as the legislature requires us not only to acknowledge achievements, but also to integrate areas requiring improvement. One of the committee's greatest concern is the budget expenditure performance. By the end of Q2, the Office of the Premier had spent 231.6 million, representing only 41.7% of its annual allocation of 554.8 million, which falls below the expected mid-year expenditure benchmark of 50%. Particular concern also is Program 2, where the office only spent 34.3% of its allocated budget. These kind of trends, if continuous, they are likely to place the institution at serious risk of under-expenditure when their financial year ends, which will ultimately affect service delivery and the implementation of strategic priorities. The committee, therefore, calls upon the Office of the Premier to implement urgent expenditure recovery measures for future plans and draw a detailed expenditure acceleration plan to ensure that funds appropriated by this legislature benefit the entire people of this province. Honorable Speaker, the committee also identified significant weaknesses relating to the alignment of strategies and targets between the annual performance plan and the quarterly performance reports. Several performance targets relating to the employment equity, workplace skills plans, preferential procurement for persons with disabilities, reflected inconsistencies between the APP and the quarterly reporting documents. Such discrepancies undermine accountability and compromise the effective oversight by the legislature. The Office of the Premier must therefore strengthen internal planning, quality assurance, and reporting systems to ensure that future quarterly reports accurately reflect approved annual performance plans. The committee remains concerned about delays in filling funded vacant posts. Although 52 positions were advertised, only 9 were shortlisted during the reporting period. Delays in recruitment inevitably weaken institutional capacity and affect the quality of public service delivery. Similarly, the committee knows that while bursaries were awarded to 26 employees, payments had only been processed for 2 beneficiaries by the end of the quarter. Office of the Premier must provide clear reasons for these delays and indicate when all outstanding bursary payments will be finalized. Honorable members, another matter of concern is the implementation of the internal and the recommendations. The office planned to implement 98% of audit recommendations, yet only 45% were implemented during the reporting period. This level of implementation is unacceptable because unresolved audit findings increase governance risk and may negatively affect future audit outcomes. The committee therefore urges management to implement all outstanding internal audit and Auditor General recommendations without delay. The committee also notes underachievement in monitoring the implementation of Limpopo Public Sector Skills Plan and Service Delivery Improvement Plan. These shortcomings arose because Some departments fail to submit the required documentation without prescribed timeframes. Office of the Premier must intensify monitoring and enforce compliance across provincial departments to strengthen accountability and improve service delivery. Furthermore, while the office achieved commendable results regarding payment of supplier invoices within 30 days and exceeded targets relating to procurement benefiting women and youth, the target relating to procurement benefiting persons with disabilities remains significantly below expectation. Corrective interventions are therefore necessary to ensure inclusive procurement practices that advance transformation. Honorable Speaker, the committee also welcomes the Office continued monitoring of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence. However, despite these interventions, incidence of gender-based violence remains alarming high. The committee therefore supports the recommendation that the office develops a coordinated multi-sectoral response involving all spheres of government, civil society, and the law enforcement agencies to address the root causes of gender-based violence in Limpopo. Honorable Speaker, having carefully considered the findings, the committee recommends the Office of the Premier, 1, develop and implement measures to prevent under-expenditure before the end of the financial year. Ensure full alignment between the annual performance plan and the quarterly performance reports. Accelerate the filling of all funded vacant posts. Improve compliance with employment equity and preferential procurement targets relating to persons with disabilities, including myself. Fully implement all internal audit and the Auditor General recommendations. Strengthen monitoring and evaluation of departmental performance. Provide comprehensive risk mitigation plan addressing the institution top strategic risk. Honorable Speaker, the committee believes that this recommendation will strengthen governance, improve financial management, and enhance service delivery across the province. While we acknowledge the 81% performance achievement, our oversight responsibility demands that we continue to encourage continuous improvement until every target is achieved and every rent appropriated by this legislature delivers tangible value to the people of Limpopo. I therefore request the House to consider and adopt the report on the second and the third quarter performance analysis of the Office of the Premier for the 2025-2026 financial year. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nempomboluni. Raleboga, we shall now allow the EFF, Honorable Letswalo, to come and present the debate. You have got 9 minutes, ma, from now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Erenekeren Tao, to yourself and honorable members of the House. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Premier reported that it had been allocated a total budget of 554.8 million for the 2025-2026 financial year. By the end of the second quarter, total expenditure amounted to 231.6 million, representing 41.7% of the allocated budget. It is important to give this background because for you to see that this level of expenditure falls below the expected mid-year benchmark of 50%. The EFF is concerned about the pace of spending and potential risk of underspending by the end of the financial year. This is the department that is supposed to lead other departments by example. Furthermore, it has been reported that compensation of employees' expenditure was also below projected levels.
which further confirmed that vacancies within organization had not been filled within the anticipated timeframe. Regrettably, we are witnessing gross incompetence by the Office of the Premier, which other departments should not be looking up to. It is also disappointing that transfers exceeded allocated amount in certain instances, indicating weaknesses in financial planning and budget control. Honorable Speaker, why are we still having challenges in achieving employment equity targets, particularly with respect to the inclusion of people with disabilities? It is clear that this government does not take the plight and challenges of people living with disabilities seriously, as evident through the OTP's incompetence. There was also significant underperformance in the implementation of internal audit recommendations, where only 45% of targeted actions were achieved against a planned target of 98%. Honorable Speaker, there is no political will by the current government to promote good governance, as demonstrated by non-implementation of recommendations. Failure in monitoring departmental service delivery improvement plans, as not all departments were adequately assessed within reporting period, is another disturbing factor which must be urgently addressed. Delays in processing and payment of approved bursaries were also reported, raising concerns about administrative efficiency and stakeholder impact. These delays disadvantage both students and workers who benefit from such bursaries, and it is completely unacceptable. We have also noted with concern the misalignment between planning and reporting instructions by the misalignment government. It would be wrong for anybody to expect a misaligned government to properly align programs for the benefit of the citizens. Slow progress in filling vacant posts continues to weaken institutional capacity, while inadequate implementation of internal audit recommendations exposes the organization to recurring audit findings. The monitoring of department compliances was found to be insufficiently robust, limiting the office's ability to enforce accountability across the provincial administration. Honorable Speaker, what is the OTP doing about the escalation of gender-based violence cases? Women continue to suffer abuse in the hands of barbaric men under the watchful eye of the ANC government. There is an urgent need to effectively coordinate strategies to address this critical issue. Program 3, Governance and Policy, recorded significantly low expenditure, particularly at 18% during quarter, which poses a risk to service delivery. Any under expenditure will definitely compromise service delivery. This is logic. The under expenditure was most noticeably in goods and services and capital payments, as well as potential over expenditure under transfers. The surrendering of funds under compensation of employees' goods and services was also identified as a concern, particularly in light of existing vacancies and capacity constraints. The ANC is suffering from poverty of ideas. Challenge us on this fact, and if you can. I thank you, Speaker.
We shall now allow the DA, Honorable Small.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and good morning to all protocol observed. The Premier is the political and executive head of this province and must account for all overall performances of provincial governments. Leadership is not measured by plans, promises, or policy documents. Its performances must be measured by results. In Limpopo, that means whether government is reducing poverty, creating the conditions for jobs, arresting the decline of local government, and restoring reliable infrastructure and services. So, Speaker, how is Limpopo doing? Limpopo has enormous potential, minerals that the world needs, productive agricultural land, a strong tourism and conservation base, and a strategic position as South Africa's gateway to this continent. Yet, we have plans without implementation. Nearly half of Limpopo's residents live below the poverty line. Almost 1 in 2 people who could be working cannot find work. Our expanded unemployment rate stands at 47%. Only 2 of our 27 municipalities achieved clean audits during the 2024-25 financial year. Limpopo's crisis is ultimately one of governance and institutional capability. We are trapped in a damaging, self-reinforcing cycle. Ineffective leadership produces weak governance. Weak governance incapacitates the state, and incapable state cannot deliver services or enable growth. The economy weakens, and unemployment, poverty, and inequality deepens. As trust in social cohesion erodes, investment declines, and effective government becomes even harder. The ANC has failed to convert Limpopo's potential into investment, jobs, functioning infrastructure, and reliable services. This is not merely a service delivery crisis. This is a failure of political leadership, coordination, oversight, and accountability. The very essence of the responsibility of the Office of the Premier. Honourable Speaker, the Office of the Premier owns report exposes the differences between ticking boxes and changing lives. It claims to have achieved 27 of 33 measured targets. But what does it count as a success? Departments monitored, plans drafted, meetings held, frameworks approved. The fact is that the department cannot monitor failure and still mark its target as achieved. The outcomes, the actual deliverables, tells the real stories. Economic growth was only 0.9% against a target of 2.2%. EPWP opportunity reach 18,388 against 28,300. Infrastructure projects remain delayed. There was no progress in reducing fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The local government crisis is equally stark. 5 municipalities had equitable share transfers temporarily withheld for persistent financial non-compliance. 11 adopted unfunded adjustment budgets. 9 tabled unfunded budget for the new financial year. Provincial departments owes municipalities nearly 1 billion rand. This is the cycle of a decline in practice. Municipalities are financially distressed. Provincial support has failed. The province itself is weakening their finances. Honourable Speaker, the Office of the Premier spent nearly its entire budget. But spending money is not the same as delivering development. Its risk register identifies poverty, unemployment, and inequality, together with shortages of water, sanitation, and electricity caused by aging infrastructure. The Premier's water task team and water war rooms cannot be judged by meetings and strategies. By whether water reaches communities, Provincial Treasury records water losses of 78% in Tabazimbi, 40% in Lepelale, 38% in Capricorn, 37% in Sekhukhune. Municipalities spent an average of only 3% on repairs and maintenance. Infrastructure deteriorates while communities endure interruptions and water load reductions. This is not merely a municipal failure. It's a failure of provincial monitoring, support, and intervention. Communities cannot drink strategies or wash with war rooms. The test is simple. Does water flow reliably from their taps? Yet, the response remains heavy on infrastructure promises, but light on measurable results. That is not a turnaround. It is an administration of decline. Honourable Speaker, an effective office of the Premier must do more than collect reports. It must compel correction, enforce accountability, make provincial government perform. Monitoring that does not correct failures is not oversight. Planning without implementation is not progress. Coordination that does not reduce poverty, create jobs, restore local government is not effective leadership. The office of the Premier may be busy, but it's not delivering the results Limpopo needs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smale. Let's allow the chair of the committee, Honorable Pokani Maudu Johannes, to come and close the debate. While he's on his way, let me take this opportunity to welcome to the House Ndabezita Hosi Maumani, who's with us. Ndabezita amkeriwini mina ashibona kumkona. He is the advisor to the Premier, but just to say Ndabezita, Shaitzaki Sakens. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the acting Premier, the members of the Executive Council present here, the Chair of Chairs, the Deputy Chair of Chair, the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip, and the entirety of the whippery, the chairs of committees, the entire honorable members present here. Honorable Speaker, our presentation of the 2025-2026 second and third quarter performance report of the Office of the Premier coincides with the month on which women are celebrated in the country. It is worth noting that both the executive and the legislature in the province of Limpopo, which is led by the ANC, are led by women, and they are doing exceptionally well in the responsibilities assigned to them. It is clear, Honorable Speaker, that the ANC remains serious about the celebration of women, as it has consistently afforded women opportunities to lead. Honorable Speaker, as the Portfolio Committee on Public Administration, we have consistently managed to meet the Office of the Premier and receive presentations from them. And we must be able, Honorable Speaker, to indicate that the Office of the Speaker has been consistent in other achievements that one would have to indicate here. In the second and the third quarter of the financial year 2025-2026, the Office of the Speaker has managed to ensure that they achieve 52% of women equity targets at SMS level.
Order, Chair. The debate is of the Office of the Premier. And I'm worried you are reading Office of the Speaker.
No, I'm sorry, Speaker. Yeah, the Office of the Premier has managed to achieve 52% of women equity targets at SMS level. This is the clear indication that the Office of the Premier is serious with woman empowerment. And that is why, as we celebrate this month of women, we are without doubt aware that this ANC-led government does take into consideration that women are capable. And they consistently manage to ensure that such are catered for at SMS level. We must also indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the Office of the Speaker has been consistent also, the Office of the Premier has been consistent also with regard to the payment of legitimate supply invoices. They got 100% in terms of that. This is also a demonstration of the seriousness with which the Office of the Premier take its responsibility of ensuring that the people in the province, much more those who are in business, are given space to excel. Because the failure of the office to ensure that that gets done would collapse business in the province. I must also indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the Office of the Premier has also managed to ensure that they achieve 68% of procurement spent on women. This also indicates that it is serious in terms of women empowerment, as I indicated earlier. Because it does not only afford women space to get into government positions, it also affords them the space to get opportunities with regard to business. We must also indicate that the Office of the Premier has been consistent in ensuring that the procurement for youth is achieved. In the third quarter, they were able to get 32%, which was above the target that they set for themselves. This is also a clear indication that the Office of the Premier is very serious in ensuring that they are able to cater for the youth of this province. Because a nation that does not take care of its youth cannot hope to achieve its future. Besides the achievements that one has indicated above, Honorable Speaker, one must also indicate that there has been a challenge, of course, that other honorable members has indicated here with regard to ensuring that they are able to fill the vacancies that are there. And we hope with our interaction, they will ensure that they get improvements in the other quarters. Honorable Speaker, we must also indicate that the Office of the Premier has come up with strategies, which of course has been indicated here with regard to dealing with the issue of GBV. We must also applaud what it has done. But despite all the strategies that it has came up with, we must acknowledge that there has been a consistent increment with regard to this matter of GBV. And this matter of GBV calls upon everyone in the province to join the Office of the Premier, to work hand in hand with the Office of the Premier in ensuring that this scourge is completely obliterated in the face of the province, because we can't allow a situation in which our women and children are pestered day in, day out. It can be correct, Honorable Speaker. We must also applaud the Office of the Premier for all the endeavors it has taken in ensuring that the Musina Mercado SEZ is put on the right trajectory. We must acknowledge that there are some weaknesses still affecting that project. But we hope that with the passage of time, with new strategies being contrived, the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Premier will ultimately win in its battle to ensure that the Musina Mercado SEZ becomes functional. And that would assist in ensuring that it deals quite effectively with the challenges of unemployment in the province. Honorable Smale has made indication to say that strategies that does not show any tangible evidence aren't acceptable. But you can't expect any institution to ensure that it deals with its challenges if it can't sit down and come up with strategies. And we must indicate that strategies cannot be the overall panacea to all challenges that we are facing. But the Office of the Premier has been consistent in ensuring that they deal with all matters affecting our people. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, thank you very much. Can I plead with the chair to sit down here and plead with the acting premier, Honorable Makamu, that there are 3 debates and we allow the 3 debates to proceed and you respond later for all the 3. Do we agree, MEC? Okay. Thank you so much. I will now go to 7.3. 7.2. Consideration and adoption of the following reports of the Portfolio Committee of Public Administration, Committee Chair, Honorable Pokani. That's why I was requesting that when you finish, don't go back. Oh, it's not you. No, it's you. Yeah. Yeah. 7.2.1, the report of the presentation of Public Service Commission in terms of Section 196(4) of the Constitution for the 2024-2025 financial year. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, no thanks, Honorable Speaker. I should write on the protocol already established. I present the report on the Public Service Commission in terms of Section 196, subsection 4 of the Constitution for the 2024-2025 financial year of the Office of, for consideration and adoption by this August House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now you can go back to your seat. And can I get a seconder to the report? Honorable Mabucha.
Uncle. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I second the report as presented, as moved by the chairperson of the committee. Thank you very much.
Raleboga, Honorable Mabucha. We shall now refer to the speaker's list. The person who's opening the debate on this matter, Ndebone Muro Ani, Abu Prince Kennedy Midiaba Tuchivase. Rekolosha Reaguada Mar A. Dende.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier Bashkop Makam, Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, Chairperson, Chair of Chairs and his deputy, members of executive, and honorable members. Today, this honorable house is called upon to discharge one of its most profound constitutional responsibilities: to strengthen accountability, to uphold ethical government, and to protect the integrity of public administration in service of the Limpopo people. Section 96 of the Constitution established the Public Service Commission as an independent guardian of excellence in public administration. Its constitutional mandate extends beyond investigating maladministration. It exists to promote professional ethics, uphold constitutional values, strengthen accountability, monitor compliance, and inspire a capable, developmental, and people-centered public service. In essence, the Commission serves as the conscience of public administration. It reminds government not only of what it has achieved, but also of what it has neglected. Not only where it has succeeded, but where it has fallen short. Not only where systems function, but where citizens continue to suffer. The Commission therefore plays a vital role in ensuring that government remains responsive to the needs and aspirations of our people. Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee wishes to place on record its appreciation for the constant professionalization demonstrated by the Public Service Commission in producing comprehensive, balanced, and evidence-based reports. These reports do not seek to embarrass government. They seek to improve government. They do not merely identify weaknesses. They illuminate pathways towards better governance. The committee welcomes the Commission's continued achievement of clean audit outcomes without material findings, a demonstration that public institutions can indeed lead by example. We equally welcome the appointment of the full complement of commissioners and the progress made towards finalizing the Public Service Commission Bill, which seeks to establish an independent secretariat and strengthen the Commission's oversight mandate. They are not administrative milestones alone. They are important building blocks towards a stronger, more transparent, and more accountable public service. Yet, while progress deserves recognition, challenges demand honesty. This report reminds us that good governance cannot be measured only by policies written, meetings held, or reports produced. It must ultimately be measured by experience of the ordinary citizen standing in government queues, by the patient waiting in a clinic, by the farmer seeking assistance, by the young graduates searching for employment, by every resident who enters a government office expecting dignity, efficiency, and fairness. The service delivery inspection conducted by the Commission paint a deeply concerning picture in certain facilities, particularly the Practitioner Home Affairs Office. Citizens continue to receive essential government services under conditions that compromise dignity, safety, and operational efficiency. Inadequate infrastructure, staff shortage, poor accommodation, lack of backup power, security deficiencies. These are not simply operational shortcomings. They represent barriers between government and the people we exist to serve. The committee therefore welcomes the engagement initiated with the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of Employment and Labor, and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. However, consultation without implementing changes nothing. The time for assessment has passed. The time for decisive action has arrived. Honorable Speaker, the report further exposed persistent weaknesses in grievances management across provincial departments. Employees continue to raise concern relating to recruitment processes, labor relations, salary dispute, performance management, and condition of service. More concerning is the continued failure by several departments to appoint designated grievances officers, resolve dispute within prescribed time frames, and implement the Commission recommendations. When the grievances remain unresolved, confidence diminished. When confidence diminishes, morale declines. When morale declines, productivity suffers. And when productivity suffers, service delivery ultimately fails. A professional public service cannot flourish where legitimate employee concerns are ignored. Strengthening grievance management is therefore not merely an administrative obligation. It is an investment in institutional stability and service excellence essential for building a professional and motivated public service. Honorable Speaker, equally concerning are the findings relating to the maladministration and corruptions. Complaints received by the Public Service Commission continue to involve irregular recruitment processes, abuse of authority, procurement irregularities, financial misconduct, and poor service delivery. The committee observed that departments often fail to respond promptly to anti-corruption referrals, thereby delaying accountability and allowing unethical conduct to persist. Government can successfully deliver service where corrupt is tolerated or where consequence management is weak. Public officials entrusted with public resources must always act in accordance with the Constitution, legislation, and the highest ethical standards. The report also raises important concerns regarding ethics management and the financial disclosure framework. Although the departments complied with the submission of financial disclosure forms, the Commission identifies instances where senior officials fail to disclose company interest, remunerative work outside the public service, and other financial interests. Such conduct creates potential conflicts of interest and undermines public's confidence in government institutions. The committee therefore fully supports stronger ethics awareness programs, improve monitoring systems, and decisive disciplinary action against officials who fail to comply with financial disclosure requirements. Ethical leadership must become the culture of every department within our province. Financial misconduct remains another persistent challenge. Recurring cases involving irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, and the misappropriation of public funds continue to undermine the efficient use of scarce public resources. Although disciplinary processes have commenced in certain instances, implementation remains inconsistent and far too low. We must remember that budgets are not simple financial statements. They are instruments of hope. Every rand wasted could have educated a child. Every rand mismanaged could have healed a patient. Every rand lost could have transformed a struggling community. Sound financial management is therefore not a technical exercise. It is a constitutional imperative, it is a moral responsibility, it is an obligation owed to every taxpayer. As members of legislature, we are constitutionally obligation to ensure that government departments remain accountable to the people of Limpopo. Our responsibility is not simple to identify shortcomings, but to insist upon meaningful and sustainable corrective action. In closing, allow me to recall the timeless words of Wayne W. Dyer, who observed, I quote, "Change the way you look at things, and the things you look at change," close quote. Indeed, transformation begins with a willingness to confront reality honestly and to act decisively upon it. The Portfolio Committee, therefore, commends the Public Service Commission for its unwavering commitment to strengthening constitutional governance, promoting ethical leadership, and advancing accountability within the public service. At the same time, we call upon all provincial departments, executive authority, and accounting officer to implement the recommendation contained in this report with the urgency, seriousness, and commitment they deserve. I therefore urge this House to support the consideration and adoption of the Portfolio Committee report on the Public Service Commission presented in terms of Section 196, subsection 4E of the Constitution. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chibase. We shall now call upon Honorable Mapolo Lawrence. You got 9 minutes.
Ke go leboge Speaker wa Mojosere, ke tamiše bo MEC ba ba leng gona, ke tamiše the Leader of Opposition in absentia, Commissar Mapolo, and members of the House, together with our guests in the gallery. And that also includes our acting premier. Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it should be noted by this House that the Commission highlighted serious operational and infrastructural challenges identified during the inspection. This included the understaffing, shortage of security personnel, lack of backup generators, inadequate office accommodation, and poor working conditions. The EFF is concerned about the conditions at the Practitioner Home Affairs Office, which was reportedly situated within the premises shared with a tavern and a car wash. You are encouraging people to drink. This is to encourage people to drink alcohol before they step into the offices of Home Affairs or when they are done with their business. A caring government cannot do this to its people or to anyone else for that matter. It is this lack of moral leadership that continues to finish the ailing ANC to the ground. The conditions in the vicinity of the tavern are unsuitable for the delivery of dignified and effective public services and compromise both the safety of officials and members of the public. Maybe we should ask the question as to who is the owner of that tavern or who benefit from this shameful setup. Honorable Speaker, the snail pace of implementation and the continued existence of poor infrastructure conditions within the frontline service delivery centers is unacceptable. Furthermore, we are concerned that the infrastructure and operational deficiencies at service delivery institutions continue to negatively affect access to quality government services and undermine public confidence in the state. The systemic weaknesses affecting grievance management within the department must be addressed as a matter of urgency. These systemic weaknesses include failure by departments to appoint designated grievance officers in writing, lack of awareness among employees regarding grievance procedures, delays in investigating grievances, and failure by department to implement recommendations issued by the Commission. Furthermore, we are concerned that the department continues to demonstrate inadequate commitment towards resolving employee grievances. Delay in handling grievances negatively affect labor relations, staff morale, and overall organizational performance within the public service. Employees are often unaware of grievance reporting mechanism, and departments do not adequately communicate procedures and responsibilities relating to grievance management. Several departments continue to experience delays in resolving employee grievances, resulting in escalation of disputes and deteriorating labor relations. Cases registered through the National Anti-Corruption Hotline are not being attended to. These allegations include fraud and corruption, abuse of state resources, irregular appointments and promotions, procurement irregularities, financial misconduct, and abuse of authority. The question is why the anti-corruption hotline was established if it cannot serve its purpose. This clearly defeats the logic. It should also be noted that while cases are referred to departments and institutions for investigation and implementation, the departments often fail to provide feedback within prescribed timeframes. Delayed response to anti-corruption referrals undermine accountability and weakened efforts aimed at combating corruption within the public service. The EFF is also concerned about the recurring governance failures and delays in responding to Public Service Commission's recommendations that create an environment where maladministration and unethical conduct continue without adequate consequence management. Honorable Speaker, it is not possible to mention the African National Congress government and the consequence management in the same sentence, unfortunately. Such is the incompetence of the African National Congress government we continue to witness. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall now call upon Honorable Wilson Evelyn Ryan. You got 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We did notify the House that I will be speaking on her behalf. Honourable Speaker, in the preceding debate, the Democratic Alliance considered the performance of the Office of the Premier and the consequences of its failure. Weak governance, declining state of capacity, failing municipalities, and deteriorating services. These failures constrain economic development, deepen unemployment and socio-economic hardships, and erode social cohesion. The report now before us helps explain why those outcomes remain so poor. It tests whether Limpopo has the capable, professional, and ethical public administration required to turn policy into delivery. A capable state is not defined by its policies, budgets, or structures. It is defined by whether its administration can appoint competent people, uphold ethical standards, act against corruption, implement oversight recommendations, and correct failures quickly. The Public Service Commission findings provide a vital constitutional test of whether Limpopo's public services meets that standard. Honourable Speaker, the answer is the report identifies persistent weaknesses in grievance management, recruitment, ethics, anti-corruption investigations, financial disclosures, financial misconduct, disciplinary processes, and the implementation of PSC recommendations. These are not isolated administration lapses. They are systematic failures across provincial departments. The PSC received 49 grievances, including complaints about recruitment, unfair labor practices, performance management, working conditions, workplace conflict, Yet, departments fail to appoint grievance officers properly, left employees unaware of procedures, delayed investigations, and failed to implement PSC recommendations. Poor grievances management weakens morale, damages labor relations, and reduces the ability of departments to function and to deliver. Honourable Speaker, the report is even more alarming on maladministration and corruption. Most public administration complaints came from education and Costa and related largely to the appointment of irregularities, maladministration. Other allegations included abuse of power, irregular recruitments, procurement irregularities, and the misuse of state resources. The departments often failed to provide feedback on time, disciplinary processes were slow, corrective measures were delayed, and some executing authorities showed little urgency in acting on the PSC recommendation. The committees warned that these delays allow maladministration and unethical conduct to continue without adequate consequence management. An investigation without consequences is not accountability, it is paperwork. The same contradiction appears in the financial disclosures framework. The provinces reports full submission compliance because officials filed disclosure forms. Yet some senior managers failed to disclose company interest, property, vehicles, directorships, paid work outside of the public services. Others were linked to active companies or received gifts above prescribed limits. Submitting a form is procedural compliance. Providing complete and truthful information is an ethical compliance. This is not ethical compliance. It is a tick box exercise while conflicts of interest remain hidden. Honourable Speaker, financial misconduct also continues to recur, including irregular, unauthorized, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, misappropriation, and gross negligence. Although some disciplinary actions was taken, slow processes and weak corrective action continues to undermine accountability. Most revealing is the failure to implement PSC recommendation. The departments responded only after intervention by the Office of the Premier and the Legislature. Even the implementation remained inconsistent and significantly delayed. The committee now recommends that the Office of the Premier establish a provincial monitoring mechanism within 60 days, require progress reports, convene quarterly accountability sessions with the department that failed to act. Honourable Speaker, this recommendation itself an indictment. This mechanism should not have to be created now. It should already have been central to the Office of the Premier's oversight of provincial administration. The PSC has diagnosed the weaknesses. The problem is no longer a lack of information. It's a lack of implementation and consequences. Honourable Speaker, a capable state is not built by submitting forms, holding meetings, acknowledging recommendations. It is built by appointing competent people, enforcing ethical standards, correcting misconduct, holding those who fail accountable. The Office of the Premier must do more than coordinate reports. It must compel action. When recommendations are ignored, disciplinary cases drag on, executing authorities fail to act, the result is not merely administrative weaknesses. It is the failure of a provincial leadership. A capable provincial government is defined not by the rules it writes, but whether it has the leadership and political will to enforce them. Under the ANC, the Limpopo has yet to see either. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. We shall now call upon Honorable Pokan Johannes.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Let me write on the protocol already established. Honorable Speaker, the PSC is an independent constitutional body established in terms of Chapter 10 of the Constitution to promote the constitutional values and principles, especially those governing public administration. Section 196, subsection 4E, read with Section 196, subsection 6B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of the Constitution, enjoins the PSC to report to the National Assembly and the relevant legislatures regarding its activities and the performance of its functions. Honorable Speaker, we can without doubt, with no contradiction, indicate that the PSC chapter in the province has consistently performed its task and report to the legislature, like as we stand here before this August House to present the report of the Commission for consideration and adoption. Honorable Speaker, the understanding of the issues raised in the report by the Public Service Commission has reaffirmed our collective commitment to strengthening constitutional democracy and ensuring that the principles governing public administration remain the foundation upon which government serves our people. Honorable Speaker, the report before this House is more than a compliance document. It's a constitutional accountability instrument that provides an honest assessment of the state of governance, ethics, service delivery, and administrative performance within the public service in our province. The Commission has demonstrated that it continues to fulfill its constitutional mandate through investigations, inspections, grievance management, anti-corruption initiatives, ethics monitoring, and oversight over the implementation of the constitutional values and principles. Honorable Speaker, the report acknowledges positive developments that deserve recognition. These include the continually noted outcomes achieved by the Commission, the successful implementation of citizens' forums that bring government closer to communities, the 100% submission rate of financial disclosure forms by senior management service members, as well as the extensive engagement with provincial departments to strengthen governance and accountability, and all the oversight visits conducted by the Commission in order to make sure that the conditions of employment are of an acceptable standards to allow employees to work more freely, comfortably, and be productive to deliver services to our communities. These achievements, Honorable Speaker, illustrates that progress is possible when institutions work collaboratively in advancing ethical and responsive public administration. However, Honorable Speaker, the report also reminds us that significant challenges still face the province. The continued existence of appointment irregularities, delays in resolving employee grievances, weaknesses in implementing recommendations, financial misconduct, conflicts of interest, and inadequate feedback from departments on anti-corruption cases undermines public confidence in government institutions. Equally concerning, Honorable Speaker, are the service delivery challenges identified during inspections, including inadequate infrastructure, staff shortages, insufficient resources, and poor working conditions in some government service centers. A point in question, Honorable Speaker, has been indicated by Honorable Chivase with regard to the Home Affairs Office in practice here, which needs to be addressed. It can be correct that a department of government is housed where the Home Affairs is housed, because it does not provide adequate and conducive environment for the provision of services to our people. So we call upon the department in ensuring that they are able to address this matter quite speedily as possible. Honorable Speaker, these challenges, as indicated above, require decisive leadership, strong accountability, and an unwavering commitment from every department and every public servant. Honorable Speaker, the Public Service Commission has not merely identified problems. It has provided practical recommendations aimed at improving governance, strengthening ethics management, enforcing disciplinary measures where necessary, enhancing service delivery, and promoting compliance with constitutional and legislative prescripts. It is therefore, Honorable Speaker, incumbent upon all departments, the executive authorities, heads of departments, and the accounting officers to implement the recommendations of the Public Service Commission with the urgency they deserve. As the legislature, Honorable Speaker, our responsibility does not end with the adoption of this report. We got a constitutional oversight responsibility which requires us to monitor implementation, to demand accountability, and ensure that corrective actions translate into tangible improvements in the lives of our people. Ultimately, Honorable Speaker, our citizens, our people, who judge government not by the reports that are tabled, but by the services that are delivered. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution envisages a public service that is professional, ethical, development-oriented, accountable, and responsive to the needs of all South Africans. The work of the Public Service Commission contributes directly towards achieving this constitutional vision and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Honorable Speaker, we need therefore to reaffirm our commitment to clean governance, ethical leadership, transparency, and quality public service delivery as the government of Limpopo. Working together, we can strengthen our institutions, restore public confidence, and ensure that government truly serves the people of Limpopo with dignity, fairness, and excellence. Honorable Speaker, I therefore call upon this Honorable House to adopt this Public Service Commission report presented in terms of Section 196, subsection 4E of the Constitution. So I move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pukani, the chair of the committee. Honorable Acting Premier, I think I must apologize that we must request you to respond now because the next debate is a different committee. So if we can, this was Public Service Administration, then later is the Committee of Quality of Life. So it is a different committee. So you can respond now and you will come back and respond as well on the matters of quality of life. Over to you, Acting Premier, Honorable Rogers. Basiko Pomakamu.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. It is true that I intended to respond all the debates, but thanks for the guidance you have given us. We will be able to do that. Let me greet my colleagues in the Executive Council, which are giving me the necessary support during my acting period. Thanks very much. Greetings to the Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip. I want to respond for the performance on the first and the second quarter report of Office of the Premier indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the debate was about that performance. But other speakers, Honorable Speaker, chose to even debate on issues that transpired just last week. I'm not so sure what was informing that. I think guidance from the Portfolio Committee should come. The example was around the withholding of the equitable shares by the National Treasury, of which there was a motion in the House that showed that all our municipalities, 27 of those in this province, have received their equitable shares that will be able to see service delivery on the ground. But it should be further be said that 52% has been achieved in the appointment of senior management or equity targets by the Office of the Premier, something that which was avoided by other speakers to indicate. 100% of making sure that we pay for the legitimate suppliers who have issued their invoices to make sure that that economic development that people were referring to in the province for more especially emerging and small, medium and enterprises get their share on time so that they can be able to progress. Also indicating here that despite there is 40% target in terms of women empowerment, a whooping 68% was there clarified that women in the province, as we celebrate this Women's Month, got the share of the supplies in the Office of a Premier. But further than that, that young people in this province, a target of 30%, but a whooping 32% of young people benefited out of the procurement that happened in the Office of the Premier. These are some of the success and improvements which were reporting to the target. Of course, we acknowledge that the underspending of 41% is not appreciated. We are putting mechanisms which you will be able to see during the third and the fourth quarter that we improve to make sure that 100% spending is achieved. Those are some of the things. But also, talking about municipalities, that 2 municipalities got clean audit. There was a short of indicating that 18 of those municipalities in the province received unqualified audit opinion, with matters, of course. But that shows how this Office of the Premier is willing, and I think you are waiting as the House that will be able to make pronouncement on the audit outcomes of the Public Finance Management Act in the province. So these are some of the performance we are doing. Coming to the Public Service Commission report, we also acknowledge the fact that the observation of the committee in the practice here, Home Affairs offices, is not something that we should be able to hide. We are the first as this provincial government to say it where things are not happening, that we'll be able to attend to. But also the implementation of the reports of the Public Service Commission, we will make sure that all executive authorities within departments and other departments using our IGR forums to make sure that even departments like Home Affairs, which are nationally accounted for, get to know exactly the challenges so that we can be able to respond to. Honorable Speaker, those are the response and observation, but appreciate the work of the Portfolio Committee for Public Administration on the observation they made on the second and third quarter, but also visit or the report of the Public Service Commission and observation with the Home Affairs offices, as the Office of the Premier will be able to improve on that. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamu, the Acting Premier. Thank you so much. We shall now proceed to the next item on the order paper, where we request the Chair of the Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth, and People with Disability, Honorable Mantata Mahasela, the Chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet you first. Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makrupeji, the acting speaker, the Honorable Speaker. He was the acting speaker before you could take your place. Let me say Chair of Chairs and his deputy, the acting Premier, Ntate Bioscope Makamu, Leader of Business Merazirani, Chief Whip of Majority Party, Esop Mukanyani, Leader of Opposition, Honorable MPLs, as well as Honorable MECs, I greet you. Honorable Speaker, my name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. I rise to move that this August House consider and adopt the report of the Standing Committee on quality of life, status of women, youth and people, and youth and people with disability, on report on 2025 Men's Parliament. And the other one is the report on 2025 Parliament of People with Disability, and again, a report on 2026 Workers' Parliament held at Bilabila People
Order,
Center.
Chair. Chairperson, we are on 7.3.
Are we doing second quarter?
Yeah, we're still dealing with 7.3.
Okay. My apology on that. I rise to move that this August House consider and adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Equality of Life, Status of Women, Youth, and People with Disability on 2025-2026 second quarter report, Office of the Premier on Special Program.
Thank you, Chair. Second, honorable members. Honorable Maseko.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Thank you so much. Honorable MEC, over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I, Caroline Mantata Mahasela, rise to move that this House consider and adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth, and People with Disability on 2025-2026 third quarter report, Office of the Premier Special Program. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mihloti Mhlope.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makrupecha. I rise to second the move as presented by the Chairperson, Honorable Mahasela Mantata Caroline.
Thank you very much. We shall now refer to the speakers list. The person who's opening the debate here is Honorable Maringa. I'm not sure, Wipari or Deputy Chief Whip, have you replaced Honorable Maringa accordingly? Okay. Honorable Shai is opening the debate. Honorable Shai, you have got 12 minutes. You have 12 minutes, Honorable Shai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Ke Jesu ba ka se ke go tamiše Dr. Makoma Makrupech. Ke tamiša gape le Chair of Chairs, le Deputy ya gagwe. Ke tamiša gape le the Acting Premier, Honorable Magam, the Chief Whip, and the entire Wipari. Members of this August House, ke re thobela. Madam Speaker, the African National Congress rises in full support of the adoption of the second and third quarter reports of the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability regarding the Office of the Premier Special Programs. These reports provide an honest assessment of the progress made and the challenges that still confront women, young people, persons with disabilities, military veterans, and other designated groups in our province. As the ANC, we remain guided by our long-standing policy that meaningful transformation can only be achieved when women, youth, and persons with disabilities participate fully in the economy, in leadership, and in all spheres of government. Our movement has consistently championed non-racialism, non-sexism, and inclusive development, recognizing that no society can prosper while sections of its people remain excluded. The reports demonstrate encouraging progress in certain areas, and we welcome the continued implementation of youth development initiatives, particularly the Job Link program, the creation of employment opportunities for young people, the expansion of learnerships, and the ongoing review of the Limpopo Youth Development Strategy. These initiatives demonstrate government's commitment to empowering young people with skills and opportunities. However, as a former leader of the ANC Youth League in the province, I must emphasize that our young people expect implementation at a faster pace. The slow disbursement of the Limpopo Youth Fund, funding constraints, and limited employment opportunities remain major obstacles to youth economic emancipation. These matters require urgent intervention because youth empowerment cannot remain a promise. It must become a lived reality for every young person in the province. The reports further reveal persistent shortcomings regarding employment equity. While some departments have improved, the province continues to fall short of achieving employment targets for women and more concerning for persons with disabilities. Likewise, the procurement targets for women the procurement targets for women-owned, youth-owned, and disability-owned enterprises remain below the expectations despite some improvements during the third quarter. We therefore support the committee's recommendations calling for stronger consequence management, improved recruitment strategies, accelerated enterprise development programs, enhanced procurement opportunities, and the strengthening of and the strengthening of monitoring and accountability mechanisms across all provincial departments. These recommendations will assist government in translating policy into measurable outcomes. We therefore welcome the work being undertaken to combat gender-based violence and femicide through the rapid response teams and other interventions. Protecting women and children remains a national and provincial priority, and these initiatives deserve continued support and adequate resources. Honorable Speaker, the ANC believes that transformation is not measured only by policies adopted, but by the lives that are changed. Every young entrepreneur who gains access to procurement opportunities, every woman appointed to leadership, every person with a disability who secures meaningful employment, and every survivor of gender-based violence who receives protection represent progress towards the South Africa envisioned in our Constitution. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I wish to echo the message consistently advanced by the Honorable Premier of our province in a State of the Province address, that the development of women, youth, and persons with disabilities must remain central to the province's growth agenda, because inclusive development leaves no one behind and creates opportunities for all. Let us therefore continue strengthening oversight, enforcing accountability, and ensuring that every commitment contained in these reports is translated into tangible improvements in the lives of the people of our province. The African National Congress supports the adoption of both reports. Thank you, Speaker.
Ra leboga Ntate Shai, thank you so much. We really appreciate. We shall now allow Honorable Ledwaba Mapula Johanna. You have 9 minutes for the debate, Honorable Ledwaba.
Tabela Muspigara, le lekgotla ka mo ntlong. Office of the Premier 2025 and 2026 second and third quarter report. Office of the Premier on Special Program. Honorable Speaker, it should be noted by this House that the Office of the Premier OTP has set itself a target of 50% for the employment of women in all the provincial department at the Senior Management Service, SMS level. Now we are being told that there was a slight improvement from the previous quarter, which means that not all targets were achieved. We do not need slight improvement. We need achievement of all targets set for the realization of service delivery. The EFF notes with serious concern that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development and Economic Development have regressed, which is completely unacceptable. Kante, what's your ref? Addressing employment equity despite several requests to develop and submit their strategies to ensure that the filling of positions is in line with the recruitment plans. This gross laziness to address the challenges confronted by our people must be called for what it is. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Premier is not doing enough to ensure that a department comply with imperatives of employment equity. We are not surprised because the they themselves fail to lead other departments by example. Ivan, le tshwere ka pelo, hore sa ka letlaleng. It is also noteworthy that the OTP has set a target of 40% for the allocation of procurement opportunities to women-owned enterprises. Regrettably, during the period under review, no department has achieved this target. This is a shame, more especially because the targets were set by the departments themselves, and yet they failed to achieve them. Furthermore, the OTP has targeted the allocated 30% of procurement opportunities to youth-owned enterprises during the period under review. No departments achieved the set target of 30%, as 7 departments have declined in performance, while only 4 departments showed improvement. If you do not know what this is called, it is called a failed state. This is scandalous to say the least, especially for a government which at any given opportunity proclaims to be caring government. Honorable Speaker, it was reported that no department have managed to achieve the set target, as performances remains critically low across all departments. The highest performance, DOE at 1.01%, is significantly below the target. This is what the ANC government calls achievement. They pride themselves and thrive in mediocrity. The EFF, this is not my mother tongue, please. The EFF is seriously concerned that existing procurement policies effectively discourage persons with disabilities from actively participating in procurement process, as they cannot benefit from them while doing business with the government. The government continues to shut doors on people living with disabilities, and they have demonstrated over time, and they don't care about the sector. During the period under review, the Limpopo Youth Fund targeted 100% disbursement of 10 million, and 92% of available funds have been committed for disbursement. Sadly, of the 242 applicants with approved funding, only 102 individuals qualified for initial payments, and there was a funding shortfall of approximately 7 million identified. In terms of payment status, it was reported that 16 applicants were fully paid by NYDA, while 8 applications are awaiting final processing, and 16 candidates have been notified to update their banking personal details. Only 24 applicants have completed contract signing and are currently undergoing quality assurance. Why does the government raise hopes to the youth by setting the bar high only to fail to deliver? This is completely unacceptable. Furthermore, it has been reported that OTP has set aside 5% of the procurement budget to be awarded to military veterans by the provincial administration. However, only 3 departments have improved, while 6 have declined, and 2 have remained at the same level again. This is a clear demonstration of gross incompetence by the ANC government. Honorable Speaker, it is regrettable that Tulamela local municipality has not established the rapid response team to deal with GBV. The excuse of lack of funding is unacceptable because other municipalities were able to establish such teams. Furthermore, aid to Tuzela Care Center, TCC, monitored. Sadly, none has been assessed during the quarter under review. Here we are talking about incompetence of the highest order, a failed state. Danko.
Ra leboga, thank you so much. We shall now allow Honorable Elmarie.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Yeah, on a point of privilege, Honorable Speaker, we just wanted to appeal to all and sundry in this Honorable House that honorable members are also allowed to use the language that they will clearly articulate their point in this House. I'm raising this matter because honorable members were saying this is not my language. So we just wanted to warn them that they are at liberty to use the language that they fully understand, rather than to traumatize us with scandalous and others. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip. I think
thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We appreciate the advice. Over to you, Honorable Elmarie. You have got 7 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, this response will be for 7.3 as well as 7.4. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Our acting Premier, you're welcome. Thank you. Our MECs, honorable members, also our guests. There's not few, but you are most welcome. Honorable Speaker, when we speak about empowerment, we have to think about the Sustainable Developmental Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals are global targets set by the United Nations in 2015 already, and including no poverty, zero hunger, and good health and well-being. I want us to look at specifically social goals, but only 2, because I think that is really important. The first one is quality education, that's goal 4, provided fair and good schooling. None of our designated groups will ever achieve anything unless we can achieve this one, provide fair and good schooling. Gender equality, that's goal 5, empower women and girls. That is exactly the same. So when we speak about this committee, I think we should really focus also on the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDGs built on decades of work by countries and the UN, including the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And may I remind this House of the following. In June 1992, at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, more than 178 countries adopted Agenda 21, a comprehensive plan of action to build a global partnership for sustainable development to improve human lives and protect the environment. That was for all human lives. Member states unanimously adopted the Millennium Declaration at the Millennium Summit in September 2000 at the UN headquarters in New York. The summit led to the elaboration of 8 Millennium Development Goals to reduce extreme poverty by 2015, and we have already passed that. The Johannesburg Declaration, so you see we are also part of it, on sustainable development and the plan of implementation adopted at the World Summit on Sustainable Development in South Africa in 2002, reaffirmed the global community's commitment to poverty eradication and the environment, and built on Agenda 21 and the Millennium Declaration by including more emphasis on multilateral partnerships. In January 2015, the General Assembly began the negotiation process on the post-2015 development agenda. The process culminated in the subsequent adoption of the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, and I really hope this committee will assist to reach that. With 17 GDGs at its core at the UN Sustainable Development Summit in September 2015. If we look at the various stakeholder parliaments that were held, we find many of the SDGs in the discussions. The different stakeholder parliaments that the committee held provide a feeding ground to understand designated groups, and it's important to listen to those. Let's look at the Women's Parliament. I have said 4 items are important. First one, fluctuating technological development and training aimed at skilling women with modern technologies that ensures women access to their development needs. 2, creation of a conducive environment that ensures entrepreneurship support for women. 3, expanding and sustaining women's community care development initiatives. And 4, exploring strategies for the total elimination of GBVF pandemic and other societal challenges affecting women in their daily experience. But for millions of girls, the empowerment remains out of reach, often hindered by poverty, violence, child marriage, and teenage pregnancies. Some of those we have already addressed. Violence. The Department of Transport and Community Safety is ideally suited to address domestic violence through the Court Watch program that can adopt to specifically look at domestic violence and make sure that meaningful outcomes are achieved, not just words. MEC have done oversight over many police stations, and you're right, all of them do have victim empowerment rooms. But I must say honestly, I'm not sure how many of them are actually used. I'm not sure. Maybe we can have a report on that, but I think the department is really trying. The Department of Education can accelerate and intensify programs against teenage pregnancies and can put programs in place to work with the SAPS and open statutory rape cases against men who make young underage girls pregnant. We need to make examples of them, and that will be deterrent for other men. The department must make it compulsory for teachers to open these cases. We cannot just let it go. If you look at the Men's Parliament also asked that we create platforms for men's voices to be heard. Although we speak about designated groups, we must also not exclude others while we are doing it. We encourage men to participate in crucial programs like HIV/AIDS, STI, including GBVF, promoting peer-to-peer learning, leading conversations between men and women. Men must also be encouraged to take responsibility for their children. Strong families that included both men and women is needed to provide a stable and strong foundation for healthy children. If we look at the Youth Parliament, joblessness and inability to create meaningful work is by far the most important aspect of the youth. How will the youth be able to build a meaningful future without sustainable jobs? This is an aspect that really needs attention. So we are in very good company in this committee. We speak about global, national, provincial, we speak about all the spheres. Honorable Speaker, we have all the inputs, provincial but also global. Now let's put it into practice. Thank you.
We appreciate, Honorable Elmarie, the fact that you are debating on both debates at the same time. Thank you so much. That will help us manage our time accordingly. Honorable Chair of the committee, Honorable Mantata Mahasela, House Mahlodi, Caroline. So when you finish, you still sit down, you don't go back. So when you finish, you sit here so that we can move the following reports. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makurupeji. Let me also greet our Honorable Deputy Speaker, who is not with us, who is not around. and our acting premier, Honorable Baiskop Makamu, the leader of government, Mera Tirani, chief whip of the majority, Honorable Esop Mukhonyan and his deputy, Honorable Munama, leader of opposition, who is not here, chairpersons of committees, chair of chairs, and his deputy, members of the legislature, members of executive council, the MECs, Realocha. Madam Speaker, I just want to say something that everybody is going to be amazed. I heard Honorable Lidwaba saying she was debating to say the departments are doing nothing. The departments, are scandal. Yeah, but to tell you the honest fact, I don't know what she was debating about or for, because she doesn't even attend the committee. Yes, I mean, I'm just putting it on record, and we also talked about it as the committee, that she doesn't understand, that she doesn't attend. Even though we go virtual, she's not there to be found. So I'm wondering what is she debating about, because we don't even know her in the committee. Honorable Speaker, our departments under the ANC organization, our department and under our Honorable Premier are doing fine. I mean, we can't be perfect in everything, but they're trying. Honorable Speaker, I wish to sincerely thank all honorable members who participated in this important debate and for their valuable contributions towards advancing the rights and well-being of women, youth, persons with disability, and other designated groups in our province. There is this lady, a beautiful lady, of course, who is called Marilyn Monroe, who was born, of course, in 1960. She died in 1962. She said, I quote, strong women don't have attitudes. We have standards. That's Marilyn Monroe. The reports before this House reflects both the progress made and the areas that still require our collective attention. As a committee, we remain committed to strengthening oversight and ensuring that government programs translate into meaningful improvement in the lives of our people. The recommendations and resolutions from the reports are that the Office of the Premier and the provincial departments should strengthen consequences management to ensure accountability where the department failed to meet targets, to improve recruitment strategies, to also increase the employment of women and persons with disabilities, to accelerate enterprise development programs for women, youth, and disability-owned enterprises, and strengthen monitoring and accountability mechanism across all provincial departments, to also ensure policies and translated to ensure measurable outcomes. And Madam Speaker, we are confident that the Office of the Premier will take these resolutions and recommendations into a very serious consideration. As we celebrate Women's Month, let us be inspired by the words of Winnie Madikizela Mandela. I open quote, I am the product of the masses of my country and the product of my enemy, close quote. Her resilience reminds us that through courage, unity, and determination, we can overcome every obstacle and continue building a more just and inclusive society. Honorable Madam Speaker, I therefore move that this House adopt the second and third quarter performance report of the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Status of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. I thank you. I mean, I don't have to, say so many things because the members of this committee have already debated about everything. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Chairperson. Please don't go away. Thanks, Chair. Please take us through item 7.4. Then the Premier will come later.
Honorable Speaker, I've also greeted everybody in the House. I, Matlodi Caroline Mantata Masela, rise to move that this August House consider and adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Status of Women and Youth, and People with Disability on these following reports. Number one is the report on 2025 Men's Parliament, report on 2025 Parliament of People with Disability, report on 2026 Workers' Parliament held at Bilabila People's Center, Waterberg District, on the 28th of May, 2026. I thank you.
Honorable Masela, please start afresh.
Star 1-1.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Accept Honorable Speaker.
Point 4.1.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Number one, report on 2025 Men's Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder, Honorable Rachweni?
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by the Chair of Committee, Honorable Mantata Mahase.
Raleboga, Honorable MEC.
Thank you. Yes,
Over to you, Chair.
By your mother. Number two, report on 2025 Parliament of People with Disability.
Any seconder? Honorable, yeah, I wanted somebody. Mabuza, Kupa Mabuza.
Thank you very much, Speaker Dr. Makurupecha, and greetings to honorable members. I do support the report from the chairperson. Thank you very much.
Raleboga, last report, over to you, Chair.
Thank you. The last one is report on 2026 Workers' Parliament held at Bilabila People's Center, Waterberg District, on the 28th of May 2026. I thank you.
Honorable. Honorable Mukwele, yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the report as presented by Honorable Mantata Mahasela. Thank you very much.
Re leboga, re kgopela re tšwele pele ka speakers list. According to the speakers list, the person who's opening the debate is Honorable Deli Jemina Majomane. Raleboga Mayor Deli Majomani, you have got 12 minutes. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity, and greetings to you, Dr. Makurupech. Let me also greet the Acting Premier, Honourable Makamu, the Leader of Government Business, Mr. Radzilan, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Mkhwenyana, and the Deputy Chief Whip, Honourable Monama. The Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, MECs who are present today, members of the August House, the Wipari, the guest in the gallery. Let me also forward my special greetings, Honourable Speaker, to the women in leadership in the province. The women in the gallery today, and also the women in Limpopo province. Malibongwe. Madam Speaker, the African National Congress rises in full support of the adoption of these important reports. These reports remind us that the meaningful public participation is not merely a constitutional requirement, but a cornerstone of responsive governance. They amplify the voices of workers, persons with disabilities, men, women, and young people whose life experiences must continue to shape government policy and legislative oversight. Honourable Speaker, the Workers' Parliament reaffirmed that many workers continue to face unemployment, labor brokering, casualization, unfair dismissal, and rising of cost of living. Delegates also raised concern regarding workplace safety, mental health, inadequate enforcement of labor legislation, and the need to strengthen worker unity to improve collective bargaining and decent work. The report further calls for stronger labor inspections, improved workplace safety, permanent employment for vulnerable categories of workers, such as community health workers, and continued social dialogue between government, organized labor, and employers. As the African National Congress, we support this recommendation because they align with our long-standing commitment to protect the dignity of workers, create decent employment opportunities, and build an inclusive economy that leaves no one behind. Honourable Speaker, the Parliament for the People with Disabilities reminds us that true freedom can only be realized when persons with disabilities participate equally in the economic, political, and social life of our country. The report highlights persistent barriers, including inaccessible infrastructure, unemployment, limited access to technology, inadequate representation, and insufficient support for entrepreneurship. It recommends strengthening inclusive education, expanding employment opportunities, improving accessibility in government institutions, and ensuring that no citizen is excluded because of disability. As the ANC, we reaffirm our commitment to building a society where disability is not viewed as inability, but where every citizen enjoys equal opportunities and equal dignity. Honourable Speaker, the progress report on the Men's Parliament's resolution demonstrates encouraging progress in programs promoting positive masculinity, HIV prevention, parenting, mental health awareness, and the fight against gender-based violence. However, it also reminds us that challenges remain, particularly the underutilization of available services, funding constraints, and the need for stronger partnership between government, civil society, and communities. As members of this legislature, we must continue encouraging men to become champions of healthy families, responsible fatherhood, and the protection of women and children. Honourable Speaker, the African National Congress Women's League has consistently maintained that the advancement of women cannot be separated from the advancement of society as a whole. The ANC Women's League continues to advocate for the full participation of women in the economy, the eradication of gender-based violence, equal opportunities in the workplace, and the protection of vulnerable groups. These reports reinforce that vision by promoting dignity, equality, social justice, and inclusive development for all our people. The recommendation contains in these reports are practical, progressive, and responsive to the challenges confronting our communities. Our responsibility now is to ensure that implementation is monitored through effective oversight so that this resolution translates into measurable improvements in people's lives. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I leave this house with the inspiring word of Mama Charlotte Maxeke. I quote, "This work is not for yourselves. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them. If you can, rise, bring someone with you." Let us therefore adopt these reports with a renewed commitment to serve the people of Limpopo with humanity, compassion, and dedication. Nikensile, ndolebo, ke a leboga. Thank you very much.
Re a leboga. Thank you so much, Mme Deli Machomane. Ikhentshe swinene. Ro leboha. Re a leboga. Baya danki. Re now allow Honorable Mapula Ledwaba. Honorable Ledwaba Mapula Johanna. We have 9 minutes.
Ke sa boya ke dumedisha speakera. Ke dumedisha speakera. Central Parliament, Men's Parliament, Workers' Parliament, and people living with disability. Honorable Speaker, the EFF welcomes the honest view expressed by participants in the three sectoral parliament we are debating today. Participants expressed their honest view without fear or favor for their concern to be addressed. Furthermore, we are encouraged that men took a decision to take a non-negotiable stand against gender-based violence and femicide, GBVF. It is disappointing that men are the main perpetrators of gender-based violence, and this must stop. Men express the view that masculinity should be defined by let's call an intimidator, please.
Order,
Ska la
order in the
kontselekan.
house. A re dumeleng speaker a bolele.
Honorable Speaker, has reached crisis levels and it must be declared a national disaster. The EFF shares the sentiments with civilized and progressive men that harmful norms, sexist jokes, and toxic stereotypes like real men don't cry must be challenged. We cannot fold our arms and watch women suffer in the hands of barbaric men in the name of culture, religion, or even masculinity. Asisipe. Oh. We also share the sentiment by various speakers who spoke during men's parliament that men are primarily responsible for GBV and must take the lead. Wait. In charging negative social norms perpetuated in the name of culture and religion. There are many ways this can be done, and one way of doing this is by implementing mentorship programs for boys, training sports coaches to educate youth, and creating mental health support for men to address anger and insecurity. It should be noted by this House that men face a lower average life expectancy than women, largely driven by preventable lifestyle disease. Higher rates of substances misuse and low rates of health-seeking behavior. Furthermore, structural dynamics enabling and promoting patriarchy remains a major challenge. Unless these dynamics are addressed, we will continue to be a backward society while other nations continue to progress forward. Honorable Speaker, during the Workers' Parliament, participants robustly raised their concern, arguing that while employers and capital continue to operate in a coordinated manner, workers remain divided along organizational and sectorial lines, thereby limiting their bargaining power and ability to influence labor policies. This division in the main are perpetuated by employers and capital with a divide and rule system for their selfish reasons, which among others include maximization of profit at the expense of workers. The EFF is concerned about the continued prevalence of unemployment, retrenchment, outsourcing labor, brokering, contact employment, unfair dismissal, and non-payment of salaries. Furthermore, we are also worried that labor legislation intended to protect workers is not consistently implemented or enforced, resulting in many workers being denied by protection guaranteed by law. The government should give particular attention to the situation of community health workers, lay counselors, peer educators, data captures, and mental health workers who continue to perform critical frontline functions under insecure employment arrangements. These workers have contributed significantly to service delivery over many years, but continue to be excluded from permanent employment opportunities and employment benefits enjoyed by other public servants. There should be greater representation of women, young workers, and workers from marginalized groups within labor leadership structures and decision-making forums. It was argued that inclusive leadership would contribute towards a more representative and responsive labor movement capable of addressing the diverse challenges facing workers. Honorable Speaker, South Africa's current economy landscape is marked by a 40% unemployment rate and extreme inequality, which consequently severely hinders the participation of persons with disability. It is worrying that while the Employment Equity Act set as 3% workforce target for persons with disability, the actual performances has stagnated at 1.2% since 2021, with the private sector 1.2%, slightly outperforming government department 1.1%. Honorable Speaker, heavy reliance on these grants can foster dependency rather than empowerment. As a result, during the debate, the disability community advocated for a shift toward independence through sustainable employment and entrepreneurial opportunities. Ke a leboha.
Ra leboga, thank you so much. Honorable Elmarie has already debated. We are now requesting Honorable Mantata Mahasela Matlodi, Caroline, to close the debate. Igama lamakhosikazi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Oh, I've got 12 minutes. My closing is very, very short. Honorable Speaker, let me greet Honorable Deputy Speaker, who is not with us today, Acting Premier, Honorable Biskop Makamu, the Leader of Government Business, Vome Radzirani, our MEC, Chief Whip of the Majority, Honorable Esop Mokonyana, and the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Munama, Leader of Opposition, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mukoni, and the Deputy, Honorable Peter. Chairpersons of the committees, members of the legislatures, MPLs, WIPARI, members of the Executive Council, our MECs, good morning, Kialilocha, Dumelang, Novuazab Dina. Aye. Honorable Speaker, allow me to conclude this important debate by expressing my sincere appreciation to all members who participated constructively in the consideration of this report. The African National Congress remains guided by its long-standing policies of participatory democracy, social justice, and people-centered governance. This report demonstrate that our democracy is strengthened when workers, persons with disabilities, men, women, and young people are afforded meaningful platforms to influence public policy and hold government accountable. Sectoral parliaments are not ceremonial gatherings. They are essential democratic instruments that ensure the voices of our communities are heard, respected, and translated into practical programs that improve the lives of our people. As a committee, we remain committed to ensuring that the resolutions adopted through these platforms are effectively monitored and implemented through robust legislative oversight. Honorable members, the recommendations before this House reflect the aspirations of our people for decent work, quality, inclusion, dignity, and sustainable development. They are fully aligned with the ANC's commitment to building a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa where no one is left behind. And the recommendations and resolutions on the Department of Employment and Labor should intensify workplace inspections and strengthen the enforcement of labor legislation across all sectors. The relevant nation department should progressively review the national minimum wage towards the implementation of a living wage towards that reflected the actual cost of living. We are confident that through the leadership of the Office of the Premier, these recommendations will receive the necessary attention, coordination and monitoring to ensure improved labor standards, safer workplace, and enhanced social economic well-being for the people of Limpopo. This wedding acknowledges the role of the Office of the Premier while recognizing that implementation will also involve the relevant national and provincial departments. As I close, Madam Speaker, you must applaud me. I'm left with more than 7 minutes. And as I close, I want to quote the former First Lady of the United States, Michelle Obama, as she wisely said, I open quote, success isn't about how much money you make. It is all about the difference you make in people's lives. I close. Many reports inspire us to continue making a meaningful difference in the lives of the people we serve. Honorable Speaker, I therefore move for the adoption of the reports of the Workers' Parliament, Parliament for People with Disabilities, and Men's Parliament. I thank you. Ke a leboha, ndiko leboha, zikomo.
Re leboha tshifhinga vha re sielaho 6 minutes, it's a lot. Ro leboha nga maanḓa chairperson. Ra leboga. We shall now allow the Honorable the Acting Premier an opportunity to respond to the debate. Honorable Makamu.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me stand on the protocol that has been established without wasting time. I heard other speakers, Honorable Speaker, talking about a failed state under the ANC-led government. Others said they are seeing an ailing African National Congress when they were speaking here. But I want them to use just one event to assess whether the African National Congress is ailing or not. Use the Makwarela event vis-a-vis the Thohoyandou one.
you will be able to see which one is ailing between the African National Congress and others. You will have seen how people still respond to the call of just a memorial lecture in the legacy of our first democratically elected President Nelson Mandela. What I want to comment on the Standing Committee on Quality of Life, Status of Women and Youth and People with Disability. Let's go to the MEC of Health and learn the long or the lifespan of people in this province. You will be able to see an improved life of our people because of the quality of the services and health that we give to our people. It is this government, when it came into power, that these designated or state groups are located nationally in the office of the president. Hence, you have got a minister who is responsible for the quality of life status of women, youth, and people with disability. In the province, we located these important sectors within the office of the premier. Hence, the performance that was given here will be able to show the trajectory that this provincial government has taken in order to respond to the challenge. It is in this province that gender-based violence has received the core attention that the provincial administration, wherein the premier has even established the interministerial committee of MECs who are dealing with this matter. That is how the provincial government view the gender-based violence in our own community. Hence, the special programs are receiving the budget that you have been privileged. Those of you who normally go to the committees, you will be able to get the brief on those matters. It is acknowledged that we are not meeting targets in some of these areas, and that the advice and the counseling by the committee or members of meeting the gender equity within the employment should be taken into consideration, despite the fact that people did not mention that Department of Social Development, it's far ahead in the almost 68% of gender parity or equity that has been done. I acknowledge the department where I come from, Coxstar, is still lagging behind. We are making sure that we put strides and plans to make sure that as we recruit, we consider women in senior management position services and the rest of the other sector departments. We have listened to the recommendations that were brought by members here from our sectoral parliaments, the men's parliament, the people with disabilities parliament, and the workers' parliament, and the plight of the workers in the province are being considered, and make sure that all the departments comply with Labor Relations Act, because you will know better that it is this government, when it came to power, that made Labor Relations Act to be an act to be followed by every employer in this republic. Honorable Speaker, we may want to comment that we acknowledge the guidance that the committee has given the Office of the Premier in looking in these two reports, and will be able to make sure that the implementation across all sector departments should be implemented, and make sure that despite that the Premier's office might be achieving the targets, but we are also calling all other departments that they should be able to meet the targets. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Acting Premier, Honorable MEC Makamu, thank you so much for closing the debate. Without wasting any time, honorable members, in terms of the orders of the day, we are now moving to 7.5, consideration of the following reports of the Standing Committee of Public Participation and Petitions. Will now call Honorable the Committee Chair, Honorable Maurice Mataboge, to come and move for the adoption of the reports. Honorable Mataboge.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm actually standing on the protocol that has already been established. I move for consideration and adoption of 2025 second quarter report regarding referrals as contemplated in Section 8, subsection 11A of the Limpopo Petitions Act, number 4 of 2003. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Seconder to the report, Honorable Marx.
Speaker, I stand to second the recommendations in the report.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Once again, I move for consideration and adoption of the 2025-2026 third quarter report regarding referrals as contemplated in Section 8, subsection 11A of the Limpopo Petitions Act, number 4 of 2003.
Thank you, Chair. Any seconder to the report, Honorable Mkhonyana, the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I stand to second the presentation as made by the Chair of the Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Speaker. I move for consideration and adoption of the fourth quarter report regarding referrals as contemplated in Section 8, subsection 11A of the Limpopo Petitions Act, number 4 of 2003.
Raleboga, Chairperson in seconder, Honorable Machete.
Thanks very much, Dr. Speaker. I hereby second the report as presented by Chair. Thanks very much.
Honorable Matebo, I wish to be part of your committee. If the person who starts seconding is Honorable Marx, it means things are going on very well in this committee. And we appreciate the unity that we see. Thank you so much. We'll allow Honorable Mhlope Mihloti Ethel. She's the one who's opening the debate. Honorable Mihloti. You have 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makrupeji, Acting Premier, Honorable Biskop Makamu, Acting Leader of Government, Business, Honorable Florence Wadzirani, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, Whipari, honorable members that are present today, community of Limpopo following on social media, guests in the gallery, Moraro, Khotso, good afternoon. Honorable Speaker, we debate this report in August, Women's Month. 70 years ago, women marched to the Union Building with petitions and said, Watiti abafazi, watinti imbokodo. Today in 2026, that spirit is alive in Limpopo. Our mothers, our sisters, our gogos are still coming to this house with petitions. They come saying, we need water, we need houses, we need to be heard. And Honorable Speaker, because of the Limpopo Petition Act number 4 of 2003, section 8, subsection 11, this legislature has a legal duty to listen, to refer, and to ensure there is response. This report is about one thing. Are we keeping the promise that every voice in Limpopo matters? Honorable Speaker, Section 8, subsection 11 is simple but powerful. We receive the petitions from the people, we refer it to the relevant department, we monitor that department to act, we report back to this house and to the petitioner. This is how we close the gap between the people and government. This is how we ensure that democracy does not stop at the voting station. This process also speaks to the commitment made to the people of Limpopo that government of the ANC must be accessible, responsive, and accountable. Honorable Speaker, covering October 2025 to June 2026, the committee processed petitions received in line with Section 8, subsection 11. Petition in housing, municipal services, water, land and social issues were lodged and referred to the departments, and a number of departments have since reported back with actions taken. In line with August, the majority of petitioners were women, and hearings were held in both rural and urban areas to ensure no community is excluded. Honorable Speaker, while progress has been made, we acknowledge that there are still delays in departmental responses and gaps in providing feedback to petitioners that we must address. Honorable Speaker, across the province, the message from petitioners was clear. In rural areas, people ask for basic services and for hearings in local languages. In towns, the focus was on fairness, transparency, and opportunity. And in communities with traditional leadership, the call was for consultation before decisions are made. Honorable Speaker, going forward, this committee will focus on speed, quality feedback, and transparency. We will enforce timeframes, demand detailed responses, ensure every petitioner receives feedback, and table a public tracker so that the people of Limpopo can see progress. This is how we ensure that Section 8, subsection 11 delivers real results. Honorable Speaker, to the women of Limpopo, to the mother who walked to a hearing, we see your sacrifices. To the young women who submitted a petition, we hear your frustration. To the Gogo who spoke about dignity, we owe you a response. This August, let us honor 1956 by making sure that this house works for every woman, youth, and elder. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I move for the adoption of the second, third, and fourth quarter report on referrals as contemplated in Section 8, subsection 11 of the Limpopo Petition Act number 4 of 2003. Let us adopt this report with one commitment, that every petition will be tracked, every department will be held to account, and every person in Limpopo will know that this legislature listens. Because at the end of the day, this is not about reports, it is about people. It is about the mother waiting for water, the youth waiting for the opportunity, the elder waiting for dignity. Working together, let us make sure that petitions lead to solutions. Ndiyaleboha nakenza.
Rolibuwa ngamanda bomme Mhlophe, re dobela letswalo Mapula, gratitude, honorable member, to be the one that follows. Muthulo tabanyali ka pela.
Ke a leboha Speaker. I still stand to greet le nna ke follow ba following as protocol has been already established. Honorable Speaker, the EFF submits that all outstanding petitions must be resolved within this financial year. The EFF has noted with disappointment that government departments, municipalities do not implement resolutions of the committee. Petitioners have to suffer the pain of not seeing their issues being resolved. It is so hard and tragic that most of these petitions were submitted and they are still not resolved to date.
Our people submit various petitions which affect their lives. These petitions range from incomplete school blocks, bad roads, incomplete houses, shortage of water, unfair dismissals, shortage of clinics, etc. They do so because they trust that the people they voted in power will resolve their service delivery challenges, only to be disappointed by minimal or lack of action. Mayors and members of executive continue to behave like they have arrived, and because they continue to undermine the work of the committee. These rogue elements just decide to snap the invitation to come and respond to petitions served before the committee as and when they are called. They display arrogance to the very same people who voted them into power and entrusted them with the responsibility to resolve their service delivery predicaments. Nobody holds them accountable because they think they are bigger than all of us, including the people who voted them in power. Petitioners have to run around also going back to the committee reporting that a municipality department government institution is not implementing as agreed in the committee meetings. It is high time that such dishonorable public institutions who enjoy watching our people suffer be held accountable. This serious contempt of committee is highly unacceptable. It must come to an end. It is a spit in the face of the poor, and it must be nipped in the bud. Any official who does not implement the resolution of the committee in resolving challenges faced by our people must be brought to book. The committee must encourage more people to submit petitions because the fact of the matter is that our people are confronted with many challenges out there. Honorable Speaker, officials at the level of the legislature, departments, municipalities must be trained on how to deal with petitions processes to the satisfaction of the petitioners. Campaigns and outreach programs must be conducted across province with great emphasis of the importance of submission of petitions and rights which the petitioners enjoy in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Where must our people go when they are confronted with service delivery challenges and injustice because government is not prepared to listen to them? Though we acknowledge the work of the committee, the commendable work of the committee, we still encourage that municipalities, mayors, and the officials at the level of municipalities must also bring to party and play partisan in ensuring that all these petitions are resolved amicably. The EFF also moves for the adoption of the second, third, and fourth quarter report as presented. Ke a leboha, ke Zwazwe.
Ze a dwana le a dwana. Re a leboha, Honorable Max.
Agbare voorsitter, vroeër vandag het die agbare onder hoofsweep van hierdie wetgewer, die agbare Rogers Monama, voorgestel dat ons in ons moedertaal moet debatteer. En so lekker as wat dit is om in my moedertaal hier te praat, moet ons ook in ag neem dat ons kykers by die huis nie noodwendig die taal sal kan verstaan en kan volg nie. I will therefore continue in English, Honourable Speaker. From the outset, let me record that the Democratic Alliance support the adoption of these reports. We do so because the Standing Committee on Public Participation and Petitions performs one of the most important constitutional functions entrusted to this legislature. It provides ordinary residents of Limpopo with a direct avenue to seek intervention when government has failed them. However, our support for this report should not be mistaken for satisfaction with the responsiveness of some government departments and some municipalities. The report before us records that no adjudication sessions were held during the fourth quarter because priority was given to a scope of business. It further records that no oversight visits were conducted during the quarter. While we understand that committees must manage competing priorities, petitions are often brought by people who have exhausted every other avenue available to them. For those petitioners, every month of delay means another month without water, without roads, without housing, without electricity, and without answers from the government that they voted in. Government delays have real human consequences. Despite the absence of adjudication sessions, the committee still received and adjudicated many new petitions during these quarters. These petitions deal with matters affecting virtually every aspect of our life in our province. Damaged roads, damaged bridges, water supply, RDP housing, title deeds, health services, school governance, labor disputes, mining-related concerns, and even traditional authority matters. That tells us something important. The demand for intervention is not decreasing. If anything, communities are becoming increasingly reliant on this legislature because government departments and municipalities are failing to resolve problems before residents are forced to petition to us. Having considered these reports, one trend becomes unmistakably clear. The committee repeatedly secured commitments from departments and municipalities if and when they attend. The real challenge is, however, not obtaining those commitments. The challenge is ensuring replies and attendance by a selected few departments and municipalities who still do not respect the work of this committee and this legislature. This committee, under the leadership of our chairperson, Shimani Morris Mataboge, has previously proven to this legislature and to the public that we are doing our work without fear and favor. We have, for example, seen how this committee resolved to lodge criminal complaints against defiant mayors who do not uphold the duty of their office. This committee has also identified gaps in the Limpopo Petitions Act, which will be addressed by way of an amendment to the Act, which was submitted by the Democratic Alliance more than a year ago. In this regard, Honourable Speaker, I need to remind this House that one of the core functions is to make law. Yet, for some unexplained reason, it would transpire that someone, somewhere here in the offices in Leopold is holding this committee back. Because someone in this office is failing to table this private member's bill that intends to amend the Petition Act, which will strengthen this committee to have more powers to help our people. Honourable Speaker, my question to you today is, what will you be doing, the chairperson of this House, in that regard? You have been aware of this outstanding issue for a very long time. It's not something new. Yet we still do not see the tabling of this private member's bill. And I must add, that amendment bill will not serve any political points. Zero. But it will serve to make our communities trust this legislature and this committee even more. So, Honourable Speaker, the viewers at home, the residents of this province, is looking at you in anticipation to see if you would come to their assistance by ensuring that the work of this committee is not hampered due to these loopholes in the current Act. The ball is in your court. That being said, Honourable Speaker, the DA supports the adoption of these reports while urging every department, every municipality, and every executive authority to treat committee resolutions with the seriousness they deserve. Ultimately, the success of this committee will not be measured by the number of reports it adopts, but by the number of lives that we improve in this committee. I thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Max. I think it is very serious that we must still do the induction. Because unfortunately, Honorable Max, whatever space he gets, he sneak in things that are irrelevant. We're discussing the petitions committee report, but he's sneaking other things. Anyway, it's something that we can discuss outside here. We can
On a
proceed
point of
to-
order, Speaker.
to
I
allow-
request that you withdraw the word sneaking in. I've debated on the Limpopo Petitions Act, which is exactly the point and the topic of the report before you. So I ask you to withdraw that point. There was no one calling on you to make such a ruling. I request you to withdraw the words sneaking in. It's
I will
unparliamentary
not
from your
withdraw,
side.
and I will request you to sit down because
And
you
I
are
would
out of
ask
order.
that you refer the
issue
topic
of
to the Ethics Committee.
If you have got an
You are
issue,
disrespectful, Speaker.
Yeah, if you have got an issue, Honorable Marx, you can't bring in the issue of members' bill on the
Because
issue
you
of
don't do your
petitions.
work, that
It's
is why.
irrelevant, and I've ruled you out of order on that matter. We now proceed. Yes, we'll now proceed. Yes, I'm saying I will not apologize because you use every platform to bring things that are irrelevant. I'm now proceeding to allow Honorable Chair of the committee, Honorable Shimani, to come and debate.
Speaker, you must start doing your work because you are aware of it. And I want to place it on record. You are aware of this. You said it yourself. You're aware of this. You are refusing to place a member's bill in this court, in this house. Yes. And you're out of order because you're not doing your work.
Can't allow
Remember
you to
that.
disrupt the sitting because you know the rules, you know the procedures. You can't bring things that you don't follow procedures. Over to you, Honorable Mate.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order to Honorable Marx. Order in the sense that number one, is that when a ruling has been made, that ruling cannot be equated to somebody either doing or not doing his or her work. For a mere fact that we continue convening sittings as per the annual program of the legislature, that in itself, it means that the speaker is doing her work. For a mere simple reason that you attend portfolio committees and workshops and any other thing, that in itself, it is clear that the speaker is doing her work. So I find it very unacceptable that moving from a ruling, when you are declared out of order, it is then converted into something like somebody sleeping on a job, which is quite unacceptable. So with due respect, and I know that you would not have a problem to withdraw because you don't want to take things very far. With due respect and knowing a man of your character, you would withdraw that and then we move on peacefully. If you can't do it, just do it for me. Thank you very much.
Honorable Marx.
Honorable Speaker, I don't mind to withdraw that you do not do your work in that sense. The point that I still unfortunately need to make is that it's a fact that you have been aware of this petitions bill for more than a year and it has not been tabled. That one, unfortunately, I cannot withdraw. But as far as the committee work is concerned and tabling of the meetings, that I don't have an issue with. But you have not placed my private member's bill in this house, and that's a fact. I cannot withdraw a fact. Thank you.
But you must withdraw that I'm sleeping here when I'm awake. I'm literally awake, so you can't say I'm sleeping.
Honorable Speaker, I've never said you're sleeping. But if that is what they've heard, then they must withdraw that in their head, because I've never said that.
Over to you, Honorable. Can we close on the matter and allow Honorable Chair to close the debate?
Honorable Speaker, and Dr. Makoma Makurupeti, Honorable Acting Premier, Tatani Biskop Makamu, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Honorable Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable members, members in the gallery, the people of Limpopo, a very good afternoon. Madam Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides in Section 118, subsection 1A, that the provincial legislature must facilitate public participation in the legislative affairs and other processes of the legislature in its committees. It also provides in Section 114 that the legislature must ensure that all provincial executive organs of state in the province are accountable to it and should maintain oversight over the executive authority in the province, including the implementation of the legislation. The Constitution further provides in Chapter 3, subsection 40, in Chapter 3, Section 40, subsection 2, that all spheres of government must observe and adhere to the principles in this chapter and must conduct their activities within the parameters that the chapter provides. And furthermore, in Section 41, subsection 1H, provides that all spheres of government and all organs of state must cooperate with one another in mutual trust and in good faith. The above constitutional provision, Madam Speaker, are amplified by Section 2, subsection 1 of the Limpopo Petitions Act, number 4 of 2003, which states that the committee must take reasonable and appropriate steps to encourage and facilitate participation by the public in the process of governance. In the province, particularly those that were previously politically, socially, and economically excluded. Section 4, subsection 1 of the Act stipulates that, subject to the provisions of this Act, any other law, a petitioner has the right to address a petition to the committee. Section 8, subsection 1, that deals with powers and functions, provides that the committee must consider a petition with a view of settling the matter to the satisfactory of the petitioner, or where applicable, advise the petitioner about an appropriate remedies that are available. The standing rules and orders of the Limpopo Legislature provides in Section 82, subsection 1B, for the Standing Committee on Petitions and Public Participation. And in terms of Limpopo Petitions Act number 4 of 2003, Section 8, subsection 11A, the committee must submit quarterly reports of referrals as contemplated in the subsection 2 and 3 to the legislature. And it's exactly what we are doing here today. The committee, in compliance with the provisions of the Act, hereby reports to this august House as follows. Madam Speaker, the Standing Committee on Public Participation and Petitions has in compliance with the Act in terms of Section 9, subsection 1, 2, and 3, conducted adjudication sessions in the third quarter and fourth quarters of 2025-2026 regarding referrals. The Standing Committee has further conducted educational sessions during the quarters under review in compliance with Section 118, subsection 1A of the Constitution. The adjudication session under quarter 3, during the period under review, the committee had 2 sessions for adjudications. The committee has actually received petitions from 2 districts. The Sikukone district, we have received about 14 petitions, and the 2 petitions were resolved and closed. But I must indicate that we still have 12 that are still pending but being processed by the standing committee. I will explain that on the later stage. But at the same time, we have also received from Mopani District 3 petitions, and the 3 of them pending but being processed by the standing committee. The delays in resolving some of the petitions, Madam Speaker, is because of the non-attendance of some of the MECs and some mayors. But moving forward, Madam Speaker, we will have to invoke Section 10 of the Limpopo Petitions Act. We will then have to force them to come and account before the standing committee. And failure to do so, we will then have to invoke Section 11 and Section 12 of the Limpopo Petitions Act. What does that mean is that if you don't appear before the standing committee when you have been subpoenaed in line with Section 10 of the Petitions Act, you must know that it is an offense in line with Section 11 of the Limpopo Petitions Act. But we must also emphasize that, and they must be aware that you can also go to jail for a period not exceeding 12 months if you actually not complying with the relevant sections of the Limpopo Petitions Act that I've just mentioned. Adjudication sessions in Q4, the Standing Committee only received petitions from various districts and are making presentation to the Programming Committee for suitable date to adjudicate them. And indeed, we would want and request that we would prefer as a standing committee that when we invite you, the mayors and the members of the Executive Council, please don't delegate. We want a person who is actually in a position to take decisions on behalf of the department or on behalf of the institution. And you must also understand, when you have been subpoenaed, you can't delegate, you must come there in person. Otherwise, we then have to invoke the sections that I spoke about. The Standing Committee also conducted educational sessions in compliance with Section 118, subsection 1A of the Constitution. And on the 8th of October 2025, we had an educational outreach program at Hamutiba in Capricorn District. And on the 11th of March 2026, we had an educational outreach program at Chigalo Fountain of Life Church at Chigalo Village in Vembe District. But we must also report to this House that we also had a workshop for councillors on the 12th of November 2025 at Vembe District Municipality. And the workshop was more about workshopping all the councillors at Vembe District about the Limpopo Petitions Act. And it was well attended. I think we should then report that to the House. Madam Speaker, we continue to appreciate respondents, in particular MECs and mayors, who continue to honor the invitation by the Standing Committee without them being subpoenaed to appear. In the same breath, we are disappointed with the executive authority, who continue to ignore or respond late to the request made to them to furnish the committee with the relevant information, to enable it to discharge its responsibility, holding the executive accountable. The Standing Committee is considering amendments to some sections in the Limpopo Petitions Act to ensure uninterrupted service to our people. We have identified some gaps in the Act, and we would want to close those gaps so that when we have actually given you timelines, because Limpopo Petitions Act said, well, when we have actually referred the matter to you, you must also respond within 4 weeks. If you don't do that within that timelines, because there is actually a gap with regard to that, we want to close that gap so that it gives the committee some teeth, so that we are able also to bide as a standing committee. Madam Speaker, we are encouraged with the level of feedback and response we are receiving from communities after our engagement with them during educational outreach sessions. The educational sessions have proved to us that as public representatives, we need to interact more with our people. Communication has always been key to any democratic state. Together, we can indeed do more. We further, Madam Speaker, having interacted with petitioners, respondents, and informed by our own findings, call upon political office bearers for departments and municipalities to take stock of petitions sent to their offices and prioritize them as the standing agenda items. The departments, municipalities, and entities should, upon receipt of committee referrals, respond accordingly within the stipulated time frames to enhance the work of the committee. The public institutions and entities should fulfill their commitments made during the adjudication and implement committee resolutions. The public representatives and officials should constantly provide feedback to communities regarding their grievances. Communities are encouraged to submit focused intervention-seeking petitions that are specific to their nature and avoid an open-ended petitions without clarity. I therefore, Madam Speaker, move that the report of the Standing Committee on Public Participation and Petitions for 2025, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter be adopted as the report of this August House, and I move accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the committee. As the chair, I deliberately allow you to clap his hands until he sit down, because this is one of the important committees that our people continue to benefit from it. We can give them another round of applause. Chair and the committee, I can assure you that as the chair of the Rules Committee, I would be awaiting for your submission so that we can amend the Petitions Act. We are ready to start the process. We are waiting for you to make that submission. But secondly, today it's a law that there will be no speaker who will come to the committee try to defend anyone. The report has been adopted. The committee has resolved. If you don't appear as the executing authority, once you are subpoenaed by the committee, you must be ready that an action will be taken against you. A criminal charge will be laid against you. It's a law that this committee has today presented to the House. Now that has been adopted by the House, it becomes the resolution of the House. Thank you so much, committee. We shall now allow MECs. If there are MECs that wants to make a presentation on the work of the committee, I can allow 2 minutes. MEC come and say something, especially those that might have appeared to the committee, or if there is anything that you think is still outstanding. MECs? Then I will allow the leader, the acting premier, to respond on behalf of everyone on this debate. Over to you, acting premier.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makurupechi. I also join you in commending the work of the committee, specifically that all political parties across are agreeing that the reports as presented should be adopted without any political party having a different view. But also on behalf of the members of the Executive Council, we commit to appear before the committee without being subpoenaed. I'm part of those that have been appearing. I'm part of those that have given feedback and even at some point invited members of the committee to come and see when we have resolved the challenge that our committees have raised. I'm raising this because as the ANC-led government, we have made commitment even before the Constitution of the Republic, when we deal with the Bill of Rights. In 1955, when the Congress of the People met under the guidance of the African National Congress, we made commitment in delivering services. One of those was there shall be houses, security, and comfort. So when the community is not getting houses, we are called there. We literally want to honor our promise, as Honorable Mhloti said, and asked honorable members in the executive and mayors whether we are honoring the promise that we have made long before in 1955, Honorable Marx. We are trying our level best to honor those, and we will want to say we will continue. And thanks very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Shimani, that even when the committee was not meeting, the referrals were going to the departments and municipalities, and the departments and municipalities are trying to. We will work under the IGR forum, make sure that mayors and all executive committee members or executive council members honor the invitation and deliver the services to the people. I hope with those words we are responding to the commitment that we have made. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thanks very much, Acting Premier. We really appreciate. Honorable Marx will never complain that we are not listening to them. We are listening to them. We are good in listening. We shall appreciate and move directly to item 8. Respond to questions. The following questions, parliamentary questions, have been responded to and answered in the published on the ATC dated Monday, the 3rd August 2023, and are therefore disposed. Question 8, question 9, 24, 31, for written reply by Honorable the Premier. The questions are now being disposed accordingly. Item 9, announcements. We shall now allow Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Asani Ngoveni, to come and give us the announcements. Honorable Ngoveni. Honorable Ngoven, before you speak, I didn't tell you that when you were not there, all of you, Honorable Matlo was the acting speaker, deputy speaker. Over to you, Honorable Ngoven.
Ko leboge mo speaker wa lekgotla theramolao la Limpopo Dr. Makoma Makurupeja. Ke dumediše tonakgolo ya Motšwa o ija. Ntate Biskop Makamo ke le apešhe madume ka moka ka mo garaga ntlo ye ya lekgotla theramolao la Limpopo. Ke eme mo speaker to make the following announcements. One, that I will continue with the announcements which were made in the last sitting as a way of a reminder. One, that the Provincial Speakers Forum scheduled to take place at Meropa Casino on Thursday, the 6th of August, 2026. Members who will be available are duly invited to be part of this Speakers Forum. Two, that the 2026 Women's Parliament will then be held on the 27th of August 2026 to the venue that still to be confirmed. taking legislature to the people will be on the 31st of August to the 3rd of September 2026 to be held at Blueberg Local Municipality, Capricorn District, municipality. The courtesy reminder to all members about members' capacity building program which has been introduced. The short course or short learning program will be starting soonest. And the due date or the commencement date in this regard will be confirmed. The email or a detailed information about the above mentioned information will be shared with members in this regard. And those who are interested can speak to Ms. Resenga from Human Resource. That will reconvene the sitting in this Lewahumo Legislative Chamber on the 13th of August 2026 at 10 o'clock. And that lunch is served at committee's boardroom. Danki.
Akensa Raleboga. I take this opportunity to thank all honorable members for fruitful discussions that we had today. The debate were lively and very fruitful. This is to show that we are indeed serving the people of the province. On that note, we thank everybody, including those in the gallery as well as in the social media. This house stands adjourned until we come back again on Thursday, the 13th August, in this Lewahomo Legislative Chamber at 10 o'clock. The house stands adjourned. Thank you.